podcast is powered by Control. Control is a meal replacement and functional foods business whose mission is to improve the lifestyles of gamers and content creators by making them healthier. Their meal replacement shakes and meal on the go bars are the best tasting products in their category while also giving you all the protein, vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients you need to keep you going. Check out drinkcontrol.com and try out the sample kits to see what all the hype is about.
Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 136.
There we go.
I'm in the wrong spot.
Bam.
Now I'm going to start again. Okay. Hello, friends. I can edit this in post. Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 136 of the XboxEra podcast. I'm your host, Sik and Nick, and I'm joined, as always, by Special Nick.
What's going on?
In the background, we have Jesse, but he's not important. Let's focus on our guest, who's awesome. And he's part of the Boom XL podcast, and you run your own show. Tell us about yourself. Welcome, K Asante.
Thank you so much. This is absolutely awesome. I cannot believe I am on the show right now. As you guys know, I'm a big fan. I'm usually in the chat, causing a lot of fuss. I enjoy the show. And I happen to be on vacation in the worst connection possible when the man basically, what was it? Felt like Cinderella plucked out of ether and went, "Hey, would you want to be on the show?" And I'm like, "I want to super chat." Yes. Oh, guess what? I cannot super chat from this country. I want to reply back. Oh, I guess I cannot reply back in this country. It was pretty hilarious. But no, I'm grateful to be here. This is great. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks for making the time because you just got back, did you not?
Yeah, I got back last night. It should have been last morning, but yeah, we'll leave that for another angry tirade. It's another point. But I'm here now with the fam, and we're enjoying ourselves. It's been 2 weeks of family, and I hadn't been back to my motherland, as it were, for like almost 30 years. So it was a thing. Yes, it was a whole thing. So
how long did you get to travel for? Like, was it like a good 3 weeks or something crazy?
So so I got 2 weeks in that now. I've lived in the Netherlands for many years of my life, so I know how you guys go on leave. In America, not so much. Not so much leave. The best we get is 2 weeks, and that's basically all there is to that. Wow. So yeah, we left 2 weeks ago, and on Monday I will be back into my office, which is my home office, but I will be back online and doing my daily thing. But yeah, no, it's been fun and it's been enjoyable, and I get to cap it off by being on the XboxEra podcast. So all is right with the world. This is awesome.
Is America really that bad about leave from work?
Yeah, we have zero workers' rights here.
No. Wow. It's all work at will. It's all at will, most of it.
But realistically, I'm lucky. If I really wanted to, I could just take my laptop with me. I can work through VPN. I can work anywhere. So technically, if I really wanted to, I could have done that. But it was just like, I needed to, it's 6 hours ahead, Ghana, West Africa. The jet lag alone to kill you. I don't want to work as well. So I just
no. But that's the crazy. I have seen that. Like, I've got a lot of American colleagues. I work for an American company remotely, but obviously we have a UK branch, and like they don't get leave. Like, it's not a thing.
Full on.
It's not.
I've taken off all of January. I just had leave banked up, and I've just taken January off, and I've got leave left over after that.
I'll tell you what will really blow your mind. And Kay, you just mentioned it, the Netherlands. I work with a lot of colleagues in the Netherlands. My boss is from the Netherlands, right?
Okay.
We jokingly refer to him as the godfather of Dutch sales. But he, their parental leave and stuff like that. Like, if you have a kid.
It's insane.
I've got a colleague. She's like, "Yeah, bye. I'll see you in 6 weeks." I'm like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm just, it's
my wife is Dutch. Here. She's from the Netherlands, so every time, like with our kids here, it's just like, we should go back home. What are we doing here?
This is horrible. Indeed. Well, you can make some money in America, right? That's where the dream is made time for folks.
Pluses and minuses. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, every country's got its perks, right? So, but hey, we're here. We're live. We're sponsored by Control.
I'm popping up because I'm back. I'm back here.
You're back. You're back in the studio.
Yeah.
Without any connection issues.
Nope.
All of that
We're
stuff.
all good. Going at 9K bitrate. We look nice and clean.
nice and
Oh
crisp.
yeah, last week was full on.
The chat's on fire. Hello, chat. Everyone's kind of just hanging out. Say hello to everybody.
Don't forget, guys. Like John said, Control.
There you go. There he is.
10% off. Black Friday sale. Buy 2 bags, get 1 free.
Shit.
Telling you, the stuff's great.
This is who we are now.
So nice. You don't understand. This is my breakfast. I'm fucking starving.
Well,
I fell asleep last night at like 7 p.m. I was exhausted and I was out, and I'm so hungry right now.
I totally get the lack of sleep and the tiredness, so I'm with you on that. There's a lot to talk about this week, but before we do, as always, we start the show with what have we been playing. Now, I think all of us, apart from Nick and Jesse, haven't been playing much. You've been on holiday, so you've probably had 0 gaming time, Kay. Would that be right?
2.5 games that I've been playing religiously. 2.5. So the half you'll understand. So myself and my co-host from the Gaming Circle podcast, Mr. Everborn Saga, who is an unabashed Sega fan, unabashed Sonic fan. So he has like pulled me hook, line, and sinker into some of these weird Sonic debates. He and I. The last one was Sonic: The Lost World. If you haven't heard of this game, go seek it out. It's an architect of its time. It's an artifact of a bygone era. But we decided to have a lot of talk about it because he's really about the Sonic life. So I happened to have my Steam Deck with me when I was on vacation. So I did play a bunch of Sonic Frontiers, and I have thoughts.
You have thoughts? Have you shared them with him yet?
It's better than many others have been up until now, but it still has some issues, in my opinion. So we on this note, we have this bet going. We've had a bet going. Myself and Mr. Everborn Saga and Mr. Boomstick. We have a bet going that I say that Ragnarok will beat Sonic in sales this Christmas. And they say, "Oh heck no!" Boom even goes as far as saying 2-1, and I'm like, "You guys are smoking something." Yeah. So
I suppose it is multi-platform. So
that's and the movie,
the
logic
and
is
it
sound.
is Sonic.
The logic is sound, but yeah, this is Sonic Team we're talking about with a history of lots of dashed dreams along the way. So that big if it's good thing kind of looms large. So that's what we've been doing.
It was also bundled with a console that sells out pretty much as soon as it hits shelves.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's kind of in my wheelhouse. I think it's mine to lose, but we shall see. So basically, all of that led me to trying the game. So it's an interesting game. I've been playing it for a while now. I follow. Obviously, I'm part of the gaming community proudly. So when this came out, I listened to a lot of the reviews, XboxEra's reviews, a bunch of different reviews, even Skill Up and a few others. And I agree by and large with lots of different aspects of it. But it's an interesting game. It is definitely one of their most innovative entries in the title, for better or for worse. Like I was saying the same to Everborn that say what you will about the Ragnarok versus Sonic debate that we've been having, but one of them really had to innovate, and that was Sonic Team, right?
Yeah,
because Ragnarok, the scaffolding of that game is master class. All you need to do is just keep walking, right? And it sounds like they've actually done that. So it was Sonic's to innovate, and it looks like they did. And some parts really work more than others do for me. So that's what I've been playing there. And secondly, the other one, which is absolute crack. And when I say that, everyone knows exactly where I'm going.
Vampire Survivors.
It is Vampire freaking Survivors, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It is just ridiculous crack. I can't stop playing that game. I wish I could be playing it half while I'm talking to you guys right now. I've maxed out almost every character. I keep finding more ways to play this ridiculous game. I love it.
Wow.
And it's less than 500 meg or something. So
that's incredible, isn't it? And that is pure game design.
Yeah, the way you captured the zeitgeist, though, like everyone's talking about it, and I keep seeing everyone posting their videos, and I'm like, man, this game does not look like it's for me at all.
It does not look like it's for anyone, right? It harkens from a time of the Neo Geo era, and I mean that like as a guy who liked Neo Geo graphics.
I love the Neo Geo. Like, I'm old.
What does this concept feel like, Nick? If you are the bullet hell. It's a bullet hell shooter, but you are the bullet hell, killing everything else.
Yes,
you are the maniac, non-stop killer who's killing up to 10,000 enemies in a single run. Like it's this ridiculous power fantasy.
It's
like
so
everything you're seeing, that's you attacking. That's not you being attacked.
I start off that was like me a little
being
guy.
attacked.
No, it's you.
And I'm like,
the penny's dropped, ladies and gentlemen. The penny has dropped.
Yeah, like I'm seeing everything swarming the guy in the middle,
and I'm
like
30-minute increments, no more. It's all in just 30-minute increments, and you really go from this teeny tiny guy who just kind of walking around. Oh, well, avoid this guy. Oh, avoid that guy. 20 minutes later, you are a god among men, ripping things to shreds. It's crazy.
And it is a perfect cloud game because I've been playing it on the G Cloud, and it even just on a phone, it has touchscreen now. And since all you do is move the left stick and press the A button, it's perfect for it.
And it has so much depth that you don't see, so much strategy, so much nuance.
Yes.
You know how to unlock this, to unlock that, to get to the evolution version of this. It's great. It really is. And I hope they make all the monies. You know, I bought it on Steam. I'm playing it on Xbox. It's a great game.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, that's one of those Game Pass success stories, because didn't Vampire Survivors come out in January?
Yeah, on PC. Yeah.
It's done quite well in January. Like, don't get me wrong, it's got very positive reviews.
But I never heard a single thing about it back then. All of a sudden now
it was the PC crowd, right? Only the PC crowd. Yeah. Now everybody's loving it, yes. And the half game, and I only call it a half because I started it in Ghana, but then the internet connection really didn't work in my favor, so I had to put it down quickly. And that was my secondary crack, which because of my internet I couldn't do anymore, and that's Marvel Snap.
I've seen it.
I am anti-card game. I do not like card games, but I'm a Marvel zombie from way back. I've been collecting Marvel comics from a long time. I stopped recently, and I have cards from way back in the day. So like, well, maybe I'll try this a little bit. And oh man, I love Marvel Snap. It's amazing. It's amazing. Wow. It's amazing. I just can't get enough of it. Of course, it's internet based. So, you know, when your connection isn't great and I play one level and I'm losing more than I should, I'm like, nope, putting this one down. And then it became Vampire Survivors.
Is it egregious with the microtransactions?
It is actually very, very, like, I've been playing for many hours. And I mean, I should have bought something and I have not because I don't need to. Every 3 rounds, it unlocks enough for you to get another mystery level or another mystery card, you know, or more things. And sounds literally reasonable. The how they dole it out is very hilarious because your card is your card that you get. And that card is useful based on whatever element is on it or the value of the number. And the carrot at the end of the stick is it's first in the frame, then it's out of the frame, then it's completely 3D. Then there's little animations going on in the background. You know, like the blood is dripping from Wolverine's claws, and that's all it is. It's just aesthetics, you know. But it's so much fun. You can buy cards, or you just keep doling it out to you. I am completely anti card games and mobile games, and I am hooked on this thing. It's great.
Interesting. But I want to ask about Sonic because I'm genuinely curious. Because anyone who watches this show knows that I grew up a massive Sega fanboy.
True.
The first Sonic game was very formative.
You are the
for me.
Everborn saga of this show. I understand that. Yes.
Yeah. Sonic was very formative for me, and I played 06, Sonic 06, and when I saw Frontiers, just purely based on the footage alone, I didn't get because everyone was getting very excited about Frontiers, and when I saw the footage, I'm like, that to me just looks like an open world version of 06.
Yeah.
That's how it looked. So I couldn't understand what all the excitement was about.
Yeah.
But
so honestly, for me specifically, and maybe it's because I've been having these conversations with my man and he enjoys these games so much. And we've had kind of almost an erudite kind of investigation of these games for a little while. I happened to be playing and talking about Lost World right before this came out, and we saw this coming, and we were still playing and talking about Lost World. And Lost World is Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey 1 and 2, but Sonic. So the world building is Mario Odyssey. Little bespoke
Odyssey or
planets.
Galaxy?
Galaxy. I'm sorry. Galaxy.
Okay.
Little bespoke planets, right? And each of them have very nuanced little things on them. And then they put Sonic on there. And my initial pushback to that was, wow, the world building and the level design is absolutely amazing, but Sonic as a character does a disservice to that world because he needs to go fast, and you miss out on all those things that you're trying to find.
But
so maybe
does
make it
he need to go fast though.
Well, that's the thing. To make Sonic work, they keep promoting the speed while you have the intricacies of this world that you blow right by. Right?
See, and
they have solved
that
now with Frontiers. Like speed is not a detriment anymore. In this, it's Breath of the Wild Sonic. If you want to continue to be derivative a little bit, but there's open world where his speed is more an asset than it is a detriment in this world, right? But there's still like there's camera angle issues. The popping is egregious. It's egregious. Like by any measure, I played it on the Steam Deck. I played it on my huge monster 3080, like 60, like I have 64 gigs of RAM and an M.2 that screams. But still, a gameplay element is getting close enough to see if something pops up and you can use that to get there. So it looks like they started at Switch optimization and just stayed there, right? So those are some of the issues there, but it is far more interesting of a Sonic game than has happened in a while, right? So, like, I get the Sonic 06 comparisons because it looks like much like 343, who have been derided for taking things in a certain direction. These guys went, trust us. Eventually, you'll understand where we're going, right? And they're still going there, and I see it. You know, there's still criticism to be made, but I can see that if they stick to this formula, there will be a time where people actually enjoy this new iteration of it. Yeah, it's getting closer to clicking every time.
So I'm curious now, Everborn, because I consider, when it comes to Sonic and Sega, I consider myself like the most hardcore of the hardcore and the purist. So to me, as the purist, I think Sonic's not about speed at all.
Okay.
Sonic is a pinball. Sonic has weight. Sonic builds momentum through his pinball physics. So if you remember Sonic 1 enough, he's not super fast in the first game.
I play it still. I play Sonic 1 and 2 and 3 all the time,
So in Sonic 1, he builds that momentum and that speed, but his top speed still isn't actually that fast.
Yeah, it's enough to feel fast while still being able to do what you need to do in the world.
Yeah, it's still a platformer where you go slow and stop and make your way through caves and all that sort of stuff. And I think as time went on, obviously they introduced the spin dash, and then he got a little bit faster.
I think that might be 3D that we're discussing here. I think the
3D was
keeping
worse.
Sonic in 3D is when the speed was emphasized more than anything else.
But that's where I think the problem is. Somewhere they lost their way. Like, because it's funny you mentioned Mario Odyssey, and I think I even said this on last week's show. I think Super Mario Odyssey is how Sonic should feel in 3D. If you play Super Mario Odyssey, he builds momentum the same way Sonic 1 does.
Sure,
the 2D Sonic. He has that exact same weighty feel to him, and he builds up momentum as he jumps from the next enemy to the next enemy if you can string them together. And and Mario Odyssey's not fast, but he's probably Sonic 1 fast.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why don't they just rip off Mario Odyssey? Like, stop trying to make him about being hyper fast, because that's not what Sonic is. Like, and I think that's everything that's wrong with 3D Sonic.
Yeah, see, I think they're really trying this time around. I think they're trying, but the last really good one was like,
Generations.
Well, okay, I'll give you Generations, but only after a generation had passed and new hardware made it good. Like only after like FPS boost generation. Before FPS boost generation, it was garbage. It really was.
The funny thing is, I actually got Generations on PS3.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it on 360. I actually got it on PlayStation 3.
Oh, because we discovered that like not too long ago after the FPS boosts and all of that, and you went, "Wow, if this is how it played when it first came, it'd be fantastic." It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't even 60 frames per second when it first came out, and now it is.
It's true. I've actually got it on 360, so maybe I should play it there.
You definitely should. It's the best way to play now. It's absolutely awesome. But no, I do agree with you that they've definitely lost their way. Sonic Mania was the last great one that was
fantastic.
That I still enjoy, and it all harkens back to that old school 2D past. The grays on the face are on purpose. We're from a time when. It was good. Yeah. It's fine though.
We old now.
Yes.
Seasoned, man. Seasoned.
See, I like it. That's a much better way of putting it. And I have to admit, I've been playing much the same things. Vampire Survivors, a lot.
I'll have to download that.
It's honestly, dude, it's worth a punt. You'll go the first couple of games, you'll be like, this is kind of slow, and then suddenly it will go, and you'll be like, oh, no. And then goodbye to hours of your time.
Oh boy, don't do it.
Definitely do it. I think you'll like it. It's nice to see.
It's great.
Shout.
It's great.
I've been playing. I've been playing that. I've been playing a bunch of getting some of the additional endings in Somerville just because I can and because it's relatively easy to do. But still, I am nursing my Forge addiction. Working on a bunch of different designs now. With
I saw your foresty.
And that's gonna look that level is on fire. It's gonna blow people away.
You should put the Hyrule sword in there. Because that's what it looks like. Not the Hyrule sword, the Master Sword. You should put the Legend of Zelda Master Sword somewhere in there.
It's funny, right? I did this Twitch stream with Formal and an artist, and built the level based on what the Twitch community voted for. And I've done that. I've just finished wrapped that level up, and it looks really, really pretty. It's like that jungle. That's the Zelda one you're thinking of. And I think I've definitely discovered some new bugs within Forge. Like I can light the level and make it all look beautiful, but then if I load into it in a custom game, all the lighting suddenly is really flat, and I'm at 99% of the performance available. And I think I've just got too many objects. But I'm working on another Lockout Guardian-inspired one, which I think is what Jesse's playing on the screen. And that's set in.
I'm playing it on the screen to save it somewhere because you're not uploading any of your VODs to the XboxEra Plays channel.
I leave all the complicated stuff to you because you know what you're doing. But yeah, you do enough. That is very true. But yeah, so I'm working on a bunch of stuff. But the design that I'm working on that I'm really excited about, which is the one Jesse's playing, is comes from one of the designers that used to work at 343, and I think he did do a lot of the level design for Splitgate. So he and I were chatting about how there isn't in Halo Infinite right now a Guardian Lockout style. So I know there's a Lockout remake now. Someone forged that pretty quickly. I think a guy called Unique Forges. But there isn't a get you back into the action really quick with your friends kind of bridge work map. So we were like, what can we come up with? He came up with this amazing Blockout. He built it out, and now I am arting it. And man, the art is going to be nuts. Like it's an addiction.
So, John, a quick question. Being that you are so close to the Forge community, and I've seen some of your levels, expert, like amazing levels. I was talking to some guys today about Forge, and they were asking the question of, even if, like, assuming that, let's say 343, they're still months or some time away from official maps, would it be appropriate for them to start highlighting the best Forge created maps, like top 10 or whatever, and start rotating them in like a playlist? What do you guys think of that concept?
They've been quite open with what they plan to do. And the nutshell is yes. I don't know about highlighting specifically, but they've already started doing some community interviews with some Forgers that have made it big. I think they just did one with Red Nomster, who you might have seen his Toy Story design going viral. And I know that Forge Lord, a guy called Michael Shaw, who leads the Forge team, he's been quite open in saying like they absolutely plan on leaning in and working with the community.
That's awesome.
To bring some of this stuff to the forefront, right? Because there's some really incredible talent out there. I mean, I am super excited to see what's gonna be made, because it's gonna be nuts. How they do it, I think what people have to bear in mind is as easy as it might be from our positions of knowledge and being very close to the industry about how games work. If you were to take 99% of what people forge, and if you were to just drop it in matchmaking, it wouldn't work, or it would be broken, or spawns would be out in the field somewhere, or the player containment wouldn't be correct, or it wouldn't be set up for game type X, Y, and Z. There is a bunch of stuff that has to be on beyond just, I'm just going to drop that into a matchmaking pool. So 343, I think at the appropriate time, will then go reach out and say, hey, we want to work on your map. You need to do these things. And then they have to work with the creators to get it to that level. Then it has to be tested. Then So there's a bit more to the process than just doing it.
And this is the stuff, man. This is the stuff people should be knowing more about. That's great, man. That's good to know. Yeah, awesome.
100%. But I know that will happen at some point. They did it with Halo 5. Fully expect them to do it with Infinite. And certainly the community is showing up to make this stuff a reality. And some of it is nuts, like absolutely brilliant. But yeah, that's my addiction. I can't help myself. It's bad. It's really bad. But yeah, that's about all I've been playing. Nick, what about you?
Mate, I have been playing a game that was built for me. Evil West is so good. It is so good. Like, it's nice and linear. It's short. Like each level is effectively self-contained. It's not open world. The levels are really short. Because it's so linear, the collectibles are easy to find. If you do happen to miss one or two, you can literally just quickly replay the mission, find that missing collectible, and go straight back to where you were in the main mission. Like, it's...
hey, Nick, you're welcome for your code, by the way.
Yes, thank you very much, Jesse, for that code. Yes, Flying Wild Hog. I'm convinced they watch this show because, like, you know, there's no bullshit story to worry about. You just skip the cutscenes. The combat is really good. Visually, I still find it weird. Like, it's a good-looking game, and it's got quite a lot of post-processing effects, which I like. I like that look in my games. But it's just odd that you have to pick between 4K, and I don't think it's an 84K, mind you, 4K 30, and it's not a smooth 30. It's not like Forza Horizon 30.
Oh.
Like, there's like, anyone who's played games long enough knows there's varying degrees of 30.
Yes.
Like,
that's true.
Forza Horizon's probably the smoothest 30 FPS I've ever seen or experienced in a game. But this 30 is like, I don't know. And what
it's really weird because this game, I was getting about 250 frames per second on PC at 1440p at max everything. And then on Xbox, I get the code. I'm like, okay, this is
1080
very
60.
fuzzy. 1080-60 with like maybe medium to high settings. Not even that big. It's really weird.
There's something weird. Like, I don't know if just the devs aren't experienced enough. I don't know if... And it's Unreal. So you'd think they could go to Epic or... You know, you've got a Game Pass deal. So there's obviously a partnership there with Microsoft. Go to Microsoft and say, hey, can we lend the ear of someone from the coalition to see how we can maybe
improve
this thing up?
Yeah.
Like,
is there a Game Pass deal? I didn't think there was.
Not a Game Pass deal. Oh my god! Why does everyone think it's on Game Pass?
Everyone thought it was coming to Game Pass.
Everyone thinks this game is
I think
Game Pass.
I
don't know.
First, it was the Weird West, Evil West naming, and then it was just people assumed. Yeah.
Yes.
And so the thing is, their last game, Shadow Warrior, came out on PS Plus day one. And this one also has Sony marketing, so it was never a chance to be on Game Pass.
I don't know why. Again, see, I fell into that trap again where I thought it was Game Pass
trap,
and I don't know why. But like, either way, even if you go to Epic, I'm sure Epic are willing to help devs out. Like, I just find it odd that on Xbox One X, it's 4K 30, and on Xbox Series X, it's 4K 30. It's like, well, hold on a second. You've got so much more horsepower now. Why can't you be 4K 60?
Yeah, like, it's like they didn't use the overhead that's available to them. Yep.
And that's the same on the PS5. On the PS4 Pro or whatever, it's 4K 30. And then on the PS5, it's 4K 30. I'm like,
I suspect that there's a future where we see newer modes for the up.
There has to be a patch coming down the line that gets it up to 4K 60. But I'm playing it 1080 60. I don't care. I'll take the blurry if it means, because their 60 is very, very smooth. And I haven't seen it drop frames. I haven't seen it do... Now, I am playing on a TV with VRR, so that could explain that. But yeah, the combat's great. Yeah, I'm loving everything about it. I miss those AA games. We don't get many of them anymore.
No,
Focus Home is becoming the home of the good B-roll game, the AA. Yeah,
like
it's very good.
Everything is either indie or ridiculously expensive AAA extravaganza. There's nothing in between anymore. Like this just feels like a game where had it come out on Xbox 360, it would have been a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 rated game.
Yeah,
like it
probably
feels
right.
from that era. And I don't say that in a bad way. I say it in the best possible way. Like, because in the 360 era, we didn't have as many bloated open world. Like Assassin's Creed came out in 2007.
Yep.
Like, and that was just sort of the start. Where this feels like, it came out alongside Gears of War almost.
It's funny you say that. The Wandering Dutch, I'm sure you know, great member of the community.
Yes.
He was streaming this game and he called it it was Gaw and Gaw. It's almost like God of War and Gears of War had a baby. It has the weightiness of the Gears and the bloated storyline of the God of War.
That's actually probably a pretty good. That's probably a pretty good comparison. Like it is very Gearsy, but it has a
big mix of melee and powers.
The combat's a bit more dynamic, like God of War.
Yep.
But it's just fun, and it's I don't know how to say it. I just love its simplicity. I love it doesn't take itself seriously. It's not.
I feel like games do that a lot now. They take.
It doesn't outstay its welcome. It's just
very serious.
Its storyline is very serious. It's not a funny storyline.
I wouldn't know. I'm skipping all the cutscenes, so I don't know. Did you see that Twitter account that popped up?
Bad writing.
Did you notice that Twitter account that popped up? That
you created?
Can you skip the cutscenes?
the one you made, yeah.
I made what? What do you mean?
Yeah. You run it, right? Yeah, it's a second account.
Me? No.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I follow it. I don't even think that account follows anyone.
Yeah.
Is this a Twitter account that tells you when it's safe to skip the cutscenes? Because you know that in movies there are websites for that to tell you when to go pee, right?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
When it's safe to go pee, because we're no longer in a time where there are breaks in between. So, this part of the movie sucks. You can go pee between.
This is not important. Please leave.
This is an account that just tells you which games let you skip cutscenes.
Okay, a public service. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. It is a public service. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I miss those games. Like they're my kinds of games. Just. Yeah, and I wish Gears would go back to being a bit more linear and fun. Like, Gears it's gotten boring trying to chase the Sony trend, and I'm just like, man, don't do that. Go back to what makes Gears.
Unfortunately, they want to sell and they want to win awards, Like, the reality is nowadays for that modern audience, people want to, for some reason, watch a movie while they play a game.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's not always for me. Don't get me wrong. I love a well-told story in a game, but as we've discussed many times on this show, and Kay, I'm not sure how you feel about this particular topic, right? This is one we often rant about. Is gameplay is king, right? It's a phrase that's heard quite often a lot. Nick and I are of that opinion. I am a little bit more tolerant of story-driven games, and now I think there's room for it, right? I have no objection, but we vastly prefer, and Nick, I'm speaking for you, but feel free to interject if I'm misphrasing or mischaracterizing what you feel. But we vastly prefer when games use the fact that they are games to tell a story.
Yeah.
The prime example, Brothers, Tale of Two Sons, that moment with Bioshock, where the narrative becomes the fact of how games work. Go here, do this. All of those kind of things are using the fact that it's a game to tell the story, as opposed to being a movie and using a game.
Sure. See,
but even Halo.
And to this point though, I will say, as a guy who tends and my the way my gameplay works these days are by the fact that I am a man who has 2 little children, so I'm on hashtag let there be pause. I need people to pause, otherwise I'm not playing. Yeah. So it kind of skews me away from the multiplayer stuff, because if you can't put me in your pocket and play while I'm AFK, then I can't be part of it, right? So I tend to enjoy the single player narrative things, but as a guy who just spent 15-20 minutes just expounding on the greatness that is Vampire Survivors, I have to agree with you that in this medium where gameplay is king and should be king, it becomes a little bit navel-gazy when they spend too much time on other things besides the core gameplay loop that got you there in the first place. I think, and that's my little tirade. I don't care what award service you are. If you don't have Vampire Survivors or Cult of the Lamb in your Game of the Year contenders, then you're skewed a little bit, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
So I agree with you guys that the gameplay should be king and should be emphasized more in some of these games. Yeah.
I had this debate. I was on just to put it out there, I was on the Operation PlayStation podcast last week.
Oh yeah, I saw the tweet. Congrats.
Yes. It's actually, I think it's actually technically the number one Australian PlayStation podcast. I think
technically,
yes.
What does that mean?
I think I haven't looked into it properly, but I know Dan who runs that show. Like I in real life know him, and yeah, he's got that podcast. I had shown it to Jesse once because I really love the way he puts his show together, and he does it in OBS too, by the way, Jesse. But I was having this debate with him on his show. I was like you just said, John, games are unique in how they interact with us and how they can manipulate us, for want of a better word. Manipulate's an evil word, but that's what they're doing. They're manipulating us. Mm. And games can do that in a unique way that movies can't. So it disappoints me when... Because, again, it was a PlayStation podcast. So I said to him, I don't like that Sony is not making use of their position of power right now. And by that, what I mean is Sony's in a unique position right now. So they're seen as the market leader. They're seen as the developer that makes the best games, even though Nintendo's are better. But Sony's seen as making the best games. They're all about trying to elevate the medium, yet they're not using their position to do it. So all they're doing is making their games more like movies rather than trying to make the games.
I mean, if you look at it under the covers, it's their core competency, right? They are a movie house through and through. They always have been, right? Sony has been deep in movies for a long time. Hence, their cinematic quality games are unrivaled, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's so boring. And what I was saying on Operation PlayStation was that in the old days, and I say old, but even as recently as the early 2000s, cutscenes weren't there to give you the story.
No.
If you'll remember, what cutscenes were actually there for was to say, okay, here's the silent cartographer. You've beaten the silent cartographer now. Here's a cutscene. All this cutscene is showing you is how you got to the next level.
Yeah.
It's not delivering the story. It's just showing you, well, here's how you got to level 2. Here's how you got to level 3. Here's how you're now underwater.
It's a corridor. It's an animated corridor from.
That's right. That's all they were.
And then the continued gameplay would then continue doling out story
because
within
Cortana's
gameplay.
In your ear going yap, and that's how you know what's going on. You know, in BioShock, it's all in the world. Like the story is in the environment. Mm-hmm. The story is in the audio logs. The story is in the dude that's over the PA saying, would you kindly go and pull that lever? And would you kindly... So it's been doing this storytelling that you're not even realizing throughout the entire game. And then right at the end, it hits you with the hammer and says, you'd be surprised how much you can get someone to do with 3 simple words. Would you kindly? And then your mind is absolutely decimated. Mm-hmm. Only games can do that. Movies, I mean, don't get me wrong. I loved Kaiser Soze as much as the next person in The Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
But you know, that's still a stock standard sort of plot twist in a movie.
Oh, yeah.
What BioShock did, a movie can't do.
Yeah.
So I just wish Sony would use their position and make something of it rather than just trying to shove more movies down our throats.
I can't disagree. Absolutely. Good point. Yeah.
We got deep. By the way, there is news to go through.
I know. That's well.
Are you prepared for a 4-hour podcast? How long was that flight, Kay? Or you?
I'm here for it, man. I'm a viewer. I know what to expect. Let's go.
Okay.
Did we review Jesse Steel Rising?
Yeah, I did it. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, because I saw Kids Move mention it in the chat.
So
Steel Rising.
When it worked right, it was excellent. The main issue it had was you could break it real easy because they had these grenades. And if you got the really good grenades, you could just throw them at every boss and kill them in about 30 seconds. And I had
that sounds like the best game ever.
No, you don't even need that. You could have just put on immortality mode. You would have been fine.
Oh, has it got an immortal mode?
Yep. You couldn't do New Game Plus if you used it, but I mean, you don't want to, it doesn't matter.
So is it like a Devil May Cry clone?
No, it is a Dark Souls clone through and through.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Question. But it's a Dark Souls clone with more approachable combat and difficulty.
We've got a super chat which we've not answered.
Yes.
Or read. Do you want to read that out and then we'll get into the news?
Yeah.
We'll use that as a
$5 super chat from Banana Peel Jack. Nick, are your Sega acquisition hopes based purely on nostalgia? The current Sega, Yakuza, Persona, PC developers does not seem to fit. Just curious. It's a good question, Banana Peel Jack. My Sega acquisition hopes are a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. There is a nostalgia attached to it. I was one of the most hardcore Sega fanboys you'll ever have met back in the 90s and the 80s. I had the Master System. I loved my little credit card games, and I unlocked the inbuilt hidden games in the Master System. And like I said earlier, the first Sonic was a formative game for me. So a lot of it is nostalgia driven. And as I've said many times, Xbox felt like the natural evolution of Sega. Yeah. Like when the Dreamcast died, and I was gutted at the time that the Dreamcast died, the original Xbox just felt like Dreamcast 2. They were pushing the online. It was a stupid, ugly controller. You even put the memory
Duke
card
slander.
into the
Stop
controller.
I love that controller. What are you doing?
The Duke. Oh, God, I hated that thing.
I have it right over there somewhere. Stop it. I love that
thing.
Hey,
the Hyperkin one? I brought that back.
Oh, you did? That's awesome.
Yes.
That is
I convinced Seamus Blackley to work with Hyperkin to bring it back.
Now convince him to actually be on the show. God damn it.
Oh, my God. He does not reply to emails.
He's amazing.
Oh, my God. You put the memory card into the controller, just like the Dreamcast. It just felt, and all of Sega's quirky games were on it. So there is a nostalgia drive to it. But even current Sega, I still think fits Microsoft. Like, they need a Japanese publisher, I think, anyway, for better presence in Japan. The Yakuza franchise is really big now. They've got some great PC developers. Creative Assembly is probably one of the most underrated studios out there.
Yeah, they're really good.
Oh, they're really like Alien really Isolation, good. Man. A lot of people haven't played Alien Isolation. That's such a good game. Like, it is a seriously good game.
If by good you mean terrifying, yes.
Yes, it's very scary. And also Microsoft aren't, I know it may not seem it on the surface, but Microsoft aren't opposed to digging into the past to mine IP. Like, no, I won't say that. There was something I was going to...
There is one thing about Creative Assembly is they put out an incredibly well-reviewed game this year that launched day one into PC Game Pass, which was Total War Warhammer 3, which is at like an 86 on OpenCritic, and that game is fantastic.
I don't know, have they ever made a genuinely bad game?
I think Creative Assembly? They're very, very good.
If they have, it was a long, long time ago. Like, they're a really... Was it them that did Halo Wars 2?
One of them.
Yes, they did Halo Wars 2. They're mostly a Total War company.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they're usually an RTS. RTS is one of their strong suits.
One of their fortes.
But look, they do RTSs, but then they made Alien Isolation. Like, they can do just about anything. Like, they're a really good studio.
It's bad, isn't it?
You know, you've got an opportunity for some backwards compatibility stuff were they to acquire Sega. They've got a lot of old IP they could mine. It's a little bit of everything. It's not just the nostalgia. I think Sega is a good package, and I doubt Sega would cost them very much. Definitely wouldn't cost them $68 billion. That's for damn sure.
And be dragged on for years.
God.
As a topic of conversation for podcasts to just bore themselves to tears with forever and ever. We'll get into it, folks. Don't worry. We'll get into it because it's a debate, right? It's a debate. It's a hilarious debate at this
There's
point.
been some really funny stuff there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this week's gone to a new level.
It's brilliant. It really
I didn't think it was possible. I thought we had seen all the stupidity, but nope. There's more.
Nope. Oh, yeah. It doesn't stop. But hey, before we get into that, let's dive into some of the news from last week and this week, because last week, as you may have seen, we had
Bartek on.
Creative director from the last case of
from Plot
Benedict
Twist.
Fox. Fox. Yes.
Yes, the last case of Benedict Fox.
So we focused the episode
great.
on him. He was great fun. He was a good laugh.
He was really, really good.
But hey, look, first of all, The Witcher 3 next-gen update is actually being released on December 14th, free, as I understand it, for all owners of the game, which is pretty cool. I think it's on sale right now for Black Friday.
And it's not only a free upgrade, it's also you get all the DLC if you didn't buy it before. I just give it to you all.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, and I'll be doing a review of it. It'll be an incredibly high-rated review, just for Nick, but it's one of my favorite games of last gen.
So when I saw that it was getting the update and it was on sale for like 13 Australian dollars, I'm like, look, I have no intention of playing this game, but it's like really cheap, so I'm just going to buy it. So I just bought it anyway.
Fair enough.
I mean, I have it on GOG, I have it on Xbox, I have it on PlayStation, and then I heard this deal and bought it on Steam. Have it everywhere. Yeah. It's awesome. It's a great game. Yeah.
I've never been I've tried genuinely. I've tried several times to get into it. It's RPGs and me. It has to control really well, and I found it a little bit lacking. Like, maybe
did you play it at launch? Because it had a movement system at launch that was one of the worst ever.
Yes,
and they updated it a few months in to where the movement, especially indoors, actually works fine. The combat's still pretty similar, but what was wrong with the movement? At launch, it was terrible. It was really hard to move around anywhere. And then
CDPR has a history of that, right? The what is it? The Witcher 2 had its combat system completely gutted and redid months after the game was released because it was garbage in the beginning. Really? But that's what's good about them. They stick with it, right? Yeah. They will never let you down. They'll keep going.
This is a next gen upgrade. This looks so much better. It's
awesome.
Crazy how nice it looks.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like I'm all for trying it again, but man, I've got too many games on my plate as it is, and too much work.
I own all the Witchers. I've never played them, but I own all of them. So I've got the first one on GOG. I've got the second
first
one on
is you don't want to play the first one.
I think
that is a game that deserves a remake because it is unplayable.
Yeah. Well, I think I played it on my Surface when I got it for free on GOG, and I played it for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, nope,
this is not for me.
I'm playing this. And I've got the second one on 360 and now the third one on Xbox One / Series X. Never played them.
Well, if you're into RPGs, I mean, you're going to be feasting, right? I mean, they are much loved. I know people that are absolutely obsessed with how good The Witcher is, and obviously the TV show's probably done a lot for the IP in terms of, much like the anime that came out for Cyberpunk 2077. Did a lot.
Edge Runners.
And I mean, I watched it, and it is really good, right? So suddenly the IP that everyone was like, you ruined it, or the game wasn't good enough. Suddenly it went up in getting sales and getting attention again just because of that anime. So, I don't think we're going to have seen the last of it. Indeed, they've announced a bunch of projects in that world, right? So we'll see what happens. But yeah, very cool of them to, as you say, Kay, they do always support their customers and keep their games updated. And I can't knock that at all. It might not be a game for
Cyberpunk,
me.
the game was a small blip on the road, of their PR. But besides that, they have always been very customer forward, customer focused. Yeah. It's great that they do that.
Yeah, 100%. Can't disagree, and I can't knock them for it either. Like so many people now, some major publishers will be like, "Yeah, we know we only released this like 2 years ago, but here's the remake. It's $70." Some people are like that. Some people really enjoy it. Each to their own,
I've got no problem with. I actually like remakes and remasters. I just think they
need of old games. Yes, I agree.
Yes, I think they need to be selected more carefully. Like you guys said, Witcher 1 sounds like a game that should be redone. I would love for God of War 1 and 2, the 2005, 2007 ones, to be remastered or remade now. Like the only way you can play those is on a PS2 or a PS3. That's it. Yeah. And they're unbelievable games. Like God of War 3, at least you can play on a PS4, which means you can play it on PS5. But 1 and 2 are just stuck. They're just stuck there. And they're unbelievable games. Like Maximo, Power Stone, Just
wow, Power Stone, what a pull! I love that game.
Oh man,
yes.
Power. And the thing is, like, look how big party fighters are now. Smash, Multiverses. What's that one? That free to play Brawlhalla.
Lego Brawls, they made one as well.
Yes, there's so many party fighters now. They're all the rage. Bring back Power Stone. Now's the time. Like,
now's the time.
This is the time
to bring back keep
Power
you quiet,
Stone.
Nick.
Man. Pick and choose your remasters and remakes properly. There's a really good market for them. You just got to pick them properly. That's all.
Yeah, can't disagree.
Yes.
In other news, and this is a couple of weeks old now, but we didn't talk about it last week, so we're going to talk about it now because I want to get Jesse's take on this. Because I know you reviewed the Ascent at launch, right? And you really loved it. And I played it a bunch. I had a lot of fun with friends in co-op. It was an absolutely gorgeous game from an incredibly small, brand new team. They've been purchased by Krafton, who is the PUBG publisher. I'm a bit bummed, I have to admit. I was hoping to see, obviously it's going to be multi-platform, but I was hoping to see them. I thought they would be a target for Microsoft. As a game pass.
Lots of people did.
They're just going to go for Krafton.
Yeah. That's true. But yeah, did you like? Were you surprised to see that happen, Jesse? Were you like, oh, cool, good for them?
I mean, that small of a team making something I enjoyed so much, and I did review the Steam version, and then it turns out Xbox and Windows 10 were in real rough shape, I went back and knocked the score down because of that, because I didn't actually get that version until like a day of launch.
Yeah,
which can sometimes be a very bad sign, sometimes not the worst. It's kind of weird. But and I also did a review of the DLC that they put out that I thought was pretty darn good. I really enjoyed it, especially in co-op. I think it's a hell of a time. I'd be a little bummed that they got grabbed, but I wouldn't say I'm shocked because that's a really small team that put out something that ridiculous good looking. Like, I don't know if you ever saw the first person mods. How much their graphics hold up even when you're in first person. It's like you didn't have to do it this well.
You zoom in and you can read the text on newspapers. Like, wow, amazing.
A lot of detail in that world.
Yeah, it was really good.
Like they did it for the cutscenes, but it's like that in everywhere, not just where the cutscenes are. So it's just that commitment and that skill, I think, is a pretty clear reason why you'd look at it. It's probably not that expensive.
Yeah, small, brand new IP, but now they've got the funding to make some really cool stuff in the future. So good for them.
I see.
And they're still
Gaz
with
in the chat.
They're with a publisher who likes Game Pass, so it's not the worst thing.
Yeah,
that's all right. I see Gaz is in the chat making fun of our sponsor, saying that we're sponsored by a key on a keyboard. Hey Gaz, give them a go, mate. They've got buy two get one free. Use our code XboxEra, get 10% off, mate. You'll love Control. You're up till like 4 a.m. most nights. Get a shaker, have yourself some in the middle of the night. It'll perk you right up, mate. It's great shit.
Love you guys.
Because you guys sponsored by a key on a keyboard.
It's catered for real life, man.
Catered to real life. Gaz, CTRL, catered to real life.
Yeah.
Come on, mate. Get with it.
Program. This is a good bit of news, right? And I'm excited to dive back in. I'm going to dive back in this week, if time permits. And that is Sea of Thieves got a PvP focused update.
I didn't want to put that in the show notes, but I'm like,
oh come on!
I probably should.
Sea of Thieves. Okay, you gotta like Sea of Thieves. You gotta be a big fan of Sea of Thieves, right?
I'll put a lot of time into Sea of Thieves. I think it's great.
Okay.
I do like Sea of Thieves. I do. The problem though is, like I said, hashtag put me in your pocket or pause the damn thing. Parent life demands that I should be able to AFK, and if I can't, and I come back and I'm being like, dumping stuff on me because I'm away for so long, or I'm locked in the brig, it becomes a thing that eventually I can't play for too much longer.
Yeah,
that and Destiny 2. Also, that's why I stopped playing that, because I advocated for, hey, I'm with the team. Let me like disappear and turn into a ghost and just follow them until I get back to my team. You know,
that's fair. Yeah, no, but it's a fair comment, and you're right.
Someone will figure that out. I reckon.
That was auto follow in World of Warcraft. You could right click on a friend's profile, choose auto follow, and you would just run behind them. You'd always get stuck on stuff, but they had it, yeah.
turn me into a specter, and I'll just kind of hover around until I can get back to it. If I can do that, I'm with the team. Let's go. We'll play. Otherwise, it becomes a little difficult because these little monsters demand some time.
Yeah, and Sea of Thieves does not respect your time. It is like, nope. You want to do a quick adventure. I mean, they've done a bunch to try and mitigate that or provide some alleviance, but it hasn't landed for me. And I have to admit, as much as I love the game, I've bounced off it because a lot of the updates just weren't for me. They seem to be for people that are super into role playing, but I like going in, collecting loads of stuff, and then seeing if I can steal everybody else's stuff. And this update is good for that kind of PvP matchmaking, stand as the champion, see how long you can last compared to everybody else. And I'm quite interested to see how it all plays out. So going to look to dive back in this week, I think. What else have we got? Hey, just a friendly reminder. I'll tell you what else we've got. We've only got 57 likes. And yet, 178 people are just staring with no thumbs. 0 thumbs are just like, I can't click anything. I can't press the thumbs up. Press the thumbs up, people. It helps us out. The algorithm needs your expression of love, not of dislike, though. Although apparently it works with that too. Update. Splinter Cell. I actually missed this. I saw that there's a Radio 4 BBC show based on the Splinter Cell.
Yes, I saw that too.
That's what I did see, but tell me what the update is on this Splinter Cell remake, because I missed this.
Who's the studio doing it? Which Ubisoft?
I think it's Toronto.
I can't remember which Ubisoft studio is doing it, but they put out a video where it was that whole fluffy, let's sit down and chat on couches and talk about Splinter Cell. And they were just going through their plans for the game. They shared some concept art, memories of Splinter Cell, all that sort of stuff. And, so it's good that they put that out to let people know, because I know a lot of people were asking, like, what the hell's been going on with... Because they put out a trailer, which was effectively a recruitment trailer, and then we basically heard nothing. So... it was good that this came out. Everything the devs were saying, I mean, they were saying all the right things. And I mean, every developer says the right things, and you hope for the best.
Yeah,
the original Splinter Cell... It is Toronto. Okay.
Yes.
The original Splinter Cell was an incredible game, and this is one of those things we were talking about before. The remakes and the remasters that should be made. And Splinter Cell's definitely one of them. Like, so obviously those of you who played Splinter Cell will remember you had a light meter, and it would tell you you're in the light, you can be seen, you can't be seen. Imagine if somehow they could have the ray tracing quality be good enough where you don't need to worry about the light meter, because the shadowing and the lighting is so good that you just know, just by eye, that, hey, no, I'm in the shadows here.
If that's a game that's going to utilize ray tracing, it's got to be surely.
You'd hope.
They pushed the envelope with the original one on the OG Xbox with just the cloth physics and the lighting systems. I still remember you could shoot the
light
goldfish. And it would, like the water, you'd shoot like this goldfish tank, and you shoot the goldfish tank, and the water will drop out until it hits to where the hole is. Like they had some physics in there that was just absolutely next level. Hopefully that pushes the level with when they do the remake, because it kind of pushed stuff forward when that game came out. The ideas and technology on display was very, very cool.
Yeah,
and it ran at 720. On OG Xbox. Like, it's just nuts stuff.
It was next level.
Oh, it was such a good game, though. And, taking out the light bulbs to create your own shadows and just, what a game. Like, just an unbelievable game. So,
now, real quick, I did catch that little Ubisoft thing. I think I saw a little clip of it. Here I am throwing odd conspiracy theories. My partner in crime, Everborn Saga, has had a bad influence on me. It is interesting that they all sat down and they spoke about it, and they spoke in glowing terms, as you do on the couch. But then there was only one one image that was shortly videotaped in, and that happened to be Major Nelson from Xbox.
Yes,
who also had something to say. And then it went away real quick. I'm just like,
well, I mean, to be fair, I love a good conspiracy theory.
It's an Xbox game. Yes.
Well, it's associated with Xbox.
Yes.
It did come out on PS2.
Eventually, yeah.
Yes, it did come out on PS2 eventually. But Splinter Cell has always been associated with Xbox in the same way Metal Gear Solid has always been associated with PlayStation, despite 2 and 3 coming out on Xbox, 5 coming out on Xbox. Plenty of Metal Gear Solid games came out on Xbox, but it's known as a PlayStation franchise.
Of course, yeah.
And the reverse for Splinter Cell. But yes,
my only thing that I want, and then everything else is wonderful. I want Mike on Ironside. Please bring back Ironside.
They have to.
He's old,
they have
but
to have
still,
Ironside.
please.
I saw him in. He was in Nobody. The recent film we had Christopher Lloyd and the guy who plays Better Call Saul, who I can't remember the name of.
Great movie, yes.
You know,
Bob
he
Odenkirk.
looks. Thank you, Bob Odenkirk. But he looked a little older. He looked, a little wiser.
He was going through. He lost his voice for a while with cancer, so it's come back though.
He's got the voice.
Well, depending on how the remake's being done, will it be a case of having to re-record, or could they just use the original audio?
No, you'd want new audio. It is a remake though. That's true.
I've played it recently. I would want new audio. It sounds old.
Well, they did say in that video that there's some story stuff that probably doesn't hold up and doesn't work. So they probably will end up re-recording all the audio.
It sounds like the Dead Space remake, where they're going to take the original game as the main inspiration, as the whole skeleton, but then update it in a lot of ways to make it actually fun to play now. I'm sorry, Nick, that game's not that fun to play anymore. It got more fun, but I had a very hard time going back to.
Oh, I played it a couple of months ago, and there was some odd button layout choices and some other weird things that just weren't up with modern shooter standards.
It doesn't need a ton. It just needs some
tweaks here and there.
Smart changes.
Just to modernize it a bit, which is a lot of games these days. Like I said, if they were to remake Maximo, it would need its camera controls overhauled to just be traditional.
That's what Evil West felt like an updated 360 game to me.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like a modernized 360 gen game. That's why I loved it so much. But yes, the Splinter Cell remake, they're saying all the right things, which is good. And I want to get on board with that conspiracy theory. The idea that maybe Microsoft is locking it up. I'd love to get on board with that conspiracy theory. But if anything, given what happened with KOTOR, I'd be more inclined to think Sony's going to go for it because of that association with Xbox.
We can't let those Xboxes have their games or something.
Mate.
It's going to be what if Xbox got more market share? Then they might raise the prices of their hardware and their games.
Look, hey, you're jumping the gun here, buddy. Oh, no. We're going to get into this hilarious,
imagine a world where Microsoft is the market leader. God. That's horrible, isn't it?
I'm glad there are organisations out there to put a stop to such an idea.
Yeah, I know. Thank God there's people out there to put Microsoft in their third place where they belong.
Yeah, thank God. They've stayed consistently for the last 21 years. Yeah, thank God.
Lucky.
This is going to be one of those shows, huh? Okay, good to know.
There's going to be some vitriol.
I'll bring my popcorn. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Hey, I tell you what else I saw, and indeed there were conversations about in my friendship circles IRL. Good Lord, the Xbox Series S is rather inexpensive nowadays. Got a serious price cut.
Yes.
Which is interesting because we saw this whole signaling of a price increase at some point for some stuff, and I think he was more talking about Game Pass than hardware personally. From Phil Spencer, but Black Friday, Thanksgiving in the US, the Series S, but it dropped worldwide. It's cheap here.
Yes, worldwide, $100 off here, $3.99 here.
Wow, that's like what, saving of 50p UK money for Australian dollary dues.
It's very, very cheap.
It was £189 here instead of $249. So, well, maybe is it $299? No, it's $299 US and it's $249 UK. And now it was $189. and I saw people talking about it and thinking about picking one up and all sorts of stuff. So
they're going for the MPD November win, eh?
Oh, of course they are. Did PS5 get any price cuts, guys? Out of interest, or Switch?
No,
none.
I think there were
Not
some
official
Switch bundles that I saw. Some bundling.
they got
on the
bundles.
Switch side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
As
my
the
god!
PS5. They got the Ragnarok bundle.
Jesse's playing a video of me with no hair. Look at that. I forgot I was bald once.
What do you mean once? It was only like a month
The majority
ago.
of this
It
channel
was like
existed.
it was like the pandemic. Yeah, I know. It's really strange. I forgot.
What do you mean? You had no hair only a month or so ago.
No, I've had hair for months, bro. Like over half the year.
Playing it fast and loose
Playing it fast and loose with the
Term.
truth.
with the term months there.
Wow, don't know about that.
Yes, the Series S is doing
Remarkably
doing
well.
pretty well.
Do
They're
you have
marketing it everywhere.
Yeah, they are. Do you have a Series S or an X? Okay.
Oh, I have both actually. I the techno lust is deep with me. And actually, and funny enough that you mentioned, it is literally on next to me right here. I got a Series S because I had to have the xScreen.
Oh,
So
you've
because
got
of
the
the
screen.
yeah.
It is, it is just clutch. It's absolutely amazing. I do have a Series X in front of the TV, but because of the work I do, I tend to not be in front of my TV much. So, from time to time, I'll break out the X screen here and have a great
I'm
time.
tempted to get that xScreen. It's an Australian company that makes it.
Yes, they are great. Upspec Gaming, they're a great bunch of guys. I started talking about it and they reached out to me. They're really good folks. Boomstick also worked with them. I think he did a review for them and whatnot. But yeah,
Nick,
I
you
think
want
it's a
one? Do a
clutch
review.
device. It's really cool.
Hit him up.
They reached out to us ages ago on the XboxEra Twitter account, and it went into not the main messages, the other messages.
No,
And
so you guys didn't see it in
of us
time?
saw it. Like I didn't
That's
see
terrible.
it till like
Yeah.
much later, and I was spewing. I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm not seeing this message till now. I'm so
bad.
No,
sorry.
it's a great device. I'm actually surprised that now we are not seeing like bundles with the actual console. There should be like
I know.
PS1 style. Remember the PSX
Yep.
from back in the day? This thing is worthy of that really like bundling. I think it's really cool together. Yeah.
It is, and the S is that small that it makes sense in that way.
And real quick to the idea of the price cut, I think it's absolutely insane as a bit of a tech guy myself. To this very day, the CPU in the Series S, which but like the retail version is not identical but pretty close. Just the chip alone costs more than the whole console at retail price. It's just nuts.
Yeah, I know.
AMD sells just either the chip or you can get the whole Xbox for the exact same price. Actually more.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're dropping
discount.
price even more is just like mind blowing. I can't believe.
Oh,
they're
it's a
able to
loss
do that.
leader. It's 100% a loss leader. Like the Series X is on sale as well, but they're not really marketing the
much,
fact that
yeah.
the Series X because they're a bit harder to get. Like they're not impossible or anything, but they're a little bit harder to get. But they're not pushing the X as much, which is funny, isn't it? Like all you see is S marketing. That's all you see.
Yeah,
because you don't need to, and actually a buddy of mine, we were having this chat like today. He was asking me, which one I should get. And I was like, well, to me, it comes down to this question. When you're watching The Matrix, arguably one of the greatest movies ever made, must you break out your 4K Blu-ray player or are you okay with it on Netflix? He goes, I'll watch it on Netflix. Get yourself a Series S. You're fine.
Yeah, that's a great
that's
way
what it
to
is.
ask.
Do you care about
I must
4K?
break out the Blu-ray. I must. It is a requirement. So I have to have my Series X. If you're not me,
That's right.
Get yourself a Series S. You'll enjoy yourself. It's fine.
If you don't care about 4K, or if you're not playing on a 4K screen, just get the S. The S is fine.
When you're right,
It's
you're
more
right.
than fine. It's a great little device. My kids love theirs.
Yeah.
They're great. They get free cloud saves.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah,
When you just go to the Lamborghini ownership and ask for a Lamborghini, Nick.
Yeah. Geez, we just get things for free, man.
Yeah, I know. I should just pay $160 a year for cloud saves.
Strange.
You guys sound like you are being beaten up by the internet or something.
Oh my God.
It's the
All I
champions
did-
for bad things.
All
It's
I
like, I'm
did
gonna be
was
a
like
champion.
tag PlayStation and be like, look, guys, hey, it'd be pretty cool if you made cloud saves free. Like, I don't want to pay $80 per child just to have cloud saves.
It's a bit of a dick move.
Either have a family plan like Nintendo has. Like Nintendo has a family plan. So I've got 7 people in my family and they all get the cloud saves, they all get the games, they all get everything.
Yeah.
So at least do that. I shouldn't have to pay $80 per child just for cloud saves. Because you might say, oh, but you're getting online. But they only play Fortnite, Rocket League, and my son plays like Astrobot and Sackboy, and they're not really online games. So I'm literally paying $80 just for cloud saves, which is ridiculous.
Yeah,
and people were like, oh, Sony can't afford it. It shouldn't just be free. Why don't you go ask Ferrari for a free car? It's like, oh my God, are you people idiots?
I love those arguments. That's amazing.
And then another guy was like, well, yeah, can Microsoft make Starfield multi-platform? I'm like, what are you
got to do with
about?
the price of
Where
fish?
did that come from? What are you talking about? Oh, it's just...
Did you reply with the GIF, the Jim Carrey one? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. Like, maybe Thanos was right. Just like, maybe Thanos was right. Just wipe half of it. Just get rid of it and start again. I weep for mankind that there are people like that out there. It's just...
It's weird, isn't it? Champions for... Yes, I'd like to be taken advantage of some more, please.
Please.
It's cloud saves, man.
So at this point, my buddy Everborn has a shirt that he actually has on his website that literally says #charge them more, and it costs $70.
He sells it as merch, $70. Amazing.
It costs $70 American. He's like, hey man, if you're one of those who thinks it's worthy, there you go. This is a shirt of greatness just for you.
Do you remember that there was an app in the earliest days of the iOS App Store? There was an app.
That was like thousands of dollars, and all you do is press the button, and it goes, there you go.
$1 million.
Congratulations.
The app was $1 million, and it was just for rich people, just because they're that rich. They could buy this app. And the app did nothing. It did nothing.
Was a button. It was literally a virtual button. You press it. And when you press the button, it says, congratulations, you're rich.
Yeah. And you just buy this app for $1 million because you can afford it and you're rich.
And a few people actually bought it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's disgusting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hate the world.
Hence to charge them more, We've had this back and forth. I'm like, so when is $70? Oh, $6. Come on. People are being ridiculous. When will you finally get to the point where you go, well, now it's too far? Like when is that, And I understand that many people, some people are like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's disposable income. It's a luxury. Sure, that's your opinion. You can have that opinion. You are well entitled to it. But those on the picket line do not need to hear your guff about what you have to say. You enjoy your game and let those on the picket line make it better for everyone else. In other words, shut your mouth.
Yeah.
For some reason, that last part refuses to get in. You can have that money. I have everything. I buy everything. I'm an idiot. That's where I choose to put my disposable income. But I still advocate for those who want game prices to be low and stay low as much as possible, because it's a game. It's a thing that everyone deserves to get into. And when game services like Game Pass and things like that bring about such, ability for more people to play, how the heck can you stand in that way and go, well, it's trash? Or the fact that there is a subscription service is like what is it? It's a race to the bottom somehow. It's just hilarious.
It's weird.
Absolutely.
It's weird.
But something's got to give, right? Like I've always said that I think game prices technically should go up. I think they should, because games are getting more expensive to make, but we're not paying any more for the games. Like, if anything, we paid more in the 90s. Like,
true, but the argument against that though is that the microtransaction scene is far more egregious now. Games that come out have a lot more monetization avenues besides that upfront cost.
But that's why
DLC and all the other things.
That's a byproduct of the fact that the games got more expensive,
more.
But they didn't want to charge more.
Yeah, so they've kind of found other ways of filling in that gap a little bit.
That's right. So at some point, something's got to give. And my hope is that rather than, now we've got $70 games, which in Australia became $125. as opposed to charging more for games, my hope would be that the games scale back and stop trying to... Like, that's why I love Evil West. More like that, please.
Yep. Step away from that $1 million edge that you keep going towards. Wasn't that Sean Layton's word from back to those days when he said that? Yes. Step away. Go back to your indie darlings that seem to take over the world but don't cost that much. Yeah, absolutely.
And like a highly polished Evil West and like that go back to that sort of stuff that doesn't cost an absolute fortune to make, but are still fun games that you don't
my unfortunate year nomination because it's got a pretty cat.
Yeah.
What?
We're not talking about that. No, I hear you. See, my worry about that, Nick, though, is even if we get to a world where game prices should go up and your reasons for it are correct, that still won't negate the idea of the little ways that they've managed.
I know, and that's the problem.
It's now baked in, So unfortunately, it'll be $70 games with microtransactions and this and that and this and that.
Yeah, that's right.
If we went to Apple Arcade model, where hey, just pay us the money and now you have the game, no other nickel and diamond concerned. I think you'd have a point there, but hopefully we can put that tube of toothpaste back in.
And that's the thing. You'll find old gaming catalogs now where the games used to cost $80 and $90 US. Which were Super Nintendo games, Mega Drive games, Nintendo 64 games, and everyone bought them. Gaming technically right now is probably cheaper than it's ever been, in history. And I say that as someone that was there basically from the start. We have games that are like, there are games out there that are amazing games that you don't have to pay a cent for, like Fortnite, like Killer Instinct, like... I guess Warzone's okay. Rocket League. Free to play is huge, and you don't have to spend any money on those games. So it's a weird, and it's a way more in-depth and nuanced debate to have than we have time for. We'd probably need a whole dedicated, separate episode just for it, but. I've always been one of those people that thought game prices should go up because games keep costing more to make. Like, gamers keep demanding the best graphics, the best.
Yeah.
I want to play it for 100 hours. I need this many side missions. I want this many NPCs. You got to have the best physics. You got to make sure the fruit bursts when I shoot it. And you have to make sure that the grass moves when I walk through it. And you got to make sure that if I shoot that thing in the distance, smoke comes out of it. So gamers want all this stuff, but then as soon as you go, well, we're going to have to charge a little bit more because that stuff takes a lot of teams, and it takes, I got to hire the best coder in the world, and I got to hire the best artists. This game's going to cost a lot more to make. Well, no, you can't charge me more than $60. I've always only paid $60. You can't charge me more than that. It's like, well,
it doesn't compute, does it? It doesn't make sense.
So honestly, though, I think the only way this will work is if you use the barometer of the PC gamer. If you can convince the PC gamer to pay more, then the floor rises. Convincing the console gamer to pay more while keeping the PC gamer still free of that is where the disconnect comes in, and it becomes that bad. Hey, you guys are subsidizing the other thing. You know what I mean? I play everywhere. And as long as you keep giving me the cheaper option on PC, you're screwing your console brethren. And that's not cool because it's the same game. Even the cloud save point becomes moot because on PC it's like it's included for free. It's difficult to make that justification while
Xbox
keeping PC off of it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's a very in-depth
argument.
Like,
it sucks. It does.
And a part of it is a byproduct of the fact that games in the 80s and 90s used to cost nothing to make because it was one or two or three guys just coding away, but they were still charging $70-$80, but then we were paying for the cartridge. The actual manufacturing of the physical cartridge was so expensive. That's why we moved away from cartridges. It's just, oh God, this is a tangent that could go on
we can keep going. And you're talking to a guy who can bring in retro gaming and talk about how we're no longer actually paying even for our single player games anymore.
No, we're not.
At some point, they'll turn the servers off and you're screwed there. It's just... There's a whole bunch.
And the fact that you never actually own the carts either, technically, if you read that license agreement, you don't actually own that cartridge either.
So it gets depressing when you start thinking about it like this.
Remember that big argument we had?
I'm sure we'll have a lot more of it next week.
Yes, with MVG. Okay, we got off onto a massive tangent just then.
But hey,
you always say we. What we?
Yeah, it's always you. It's always you.
Hey, I'm here for it. Let's go.
196 people watching, only 84 likes. Guys, help us out, help the channel out, help us grow, help us take over the world. Hit that like button, hit subscribe if you're new to the XboxEra podcast. We wanna have you. We're available on Spotify, all the other places.
Are we on Spotify? Apparently we weren't last week.
No, okay. There was one minor upload issue, but it's all fixed. The upload issue being that I hadn't done it. But hey, look, two things now. We're going to get into the big stuff, but before we do, let's have a rant about the Game Awards. It briefly came up there. We were talking about it, right? It's next on the list.
Shocker! Elden Ring and God of War.
I'm so surprised. No Tunic.
I picked all of them except one. I was in a DM with a certain person on Twitter who said to me, what do you think are going to be the Game Award nominees? And I got every single one except Stray. I put Tunic instead of Stray. All the others I got.
I'm surprised.
Xenoblade.
Stray. Is it just because people like cats? Is that the...
I don't know.
It's because the people who do the nominations are not the people who cover games. It's big-ass places like the Washington Post, but not the people who cover games there. So it's the games that get the most general coverage. It's not actually nominated by people who know anything about the industry, which is why it's a stupid award show that doesn't matter. And you can watch here on this channel. We'll be co-streaming it.
It's on at like 11:30 a.m. Australian time. I might be able to jump on. Maybe. I should be working, but I might be able to jump on. It's just, I think the problem with the Game Awards is the inconsistencies. Like... the people that I know that have played Stray are like, it's not.
It starts off strong. It starts off very strong, mysterious and strong, and then it falls off a cliff. Yeah.
Where everyone I know that played Sifu loves Sifu.
Oh boy!
You mean
Sifu.
Best fighting game of the year?
It
Sifu?
is the evolution of the beat 'em up. It is the evolution.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Yes, it is.
That's why I got excited for it.
Yes, it is.
And everyone I know that's played it,
but it's great. Yeah.
Yes. And everyone I know that played it loved it. Same with Tunic. Tunic is also a gamer's game. It's hardcore. It is difficult, which is why I put God mode on.
For effort alone, in terms of what that developer made, should be in the running. I mean, it certainly is for me.
Yeah, but then you play the combat and you're like, oh, this is so bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not that bad.
You know what happened to Tunic? Death's Door happened to Tunic. That's what happened.
Death's Door was incredible. But
that fighting system kind of killed the steam for it. Because if Death's Door hadn't come out, this would have been the game that everybody loves so much. And then Death's Door kind of did that combat a little bit better, in my opinion. And now
you know what I think killed Tunic's like momentum and its hype? Legend of Zelda.
Sure.
Link's Awakening.
Yeah. The remake
on Switch.
Yeah. Also, very, very, very apt comparison. Absolutely. Yeah.
That was my game of the year, 2019.
Yeah, I think either 19 or 20. Yeah.
Can I just say the most egregious one is Best Action Adventure Stray. That game is not an action adventure game. It is a light, barely interactable platformer. It has no action at all. It's barely has any adventure.
That's what I mean. Like, there's just.
So for the record, I love the Game Awards. I wish they would take the awards out of it completely, because it offends certain parts of the community that deserve to be offended by it. You start off saying you're here for the gamers, and then the Game Awards, the awards themselves get short shrift, and there's always questions, and there's always who should have, who shouldn't have.
It's always an argument.
It's always an argument. My vote is transparent. Well, it's not even that they're not transparent. It's like it should be without any of the backdrop and the context of business that are clearly there, right?
Yeah, it's all about being sponsored and it's all about making money.
So don't kind of wear the robes of we're here to award the developers. Take those shackles off. keep everything else exactly the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just don't do the award part. Because the award part gets done, they let you watch a performance for 20 minutes and then rattle off 15 awards in succession after a commercial. So it's not really there to be a priority anyway. And we're not there to watch the awards. And when you do it that way, we who love the games and the gamers and the developers get offended that you're not giving them the respect they deserve. Remove it out of the way and let's enjoy what we're here for. Right. And I'll still be there day one every day. Right. It's the awards part that's kind of,
You got
It's the issue he runs into a lot where, like with the Summer Game Fest and everything he does, is he's not a platform, so he has to make money, or else he can't do these
and let
things.
him make money. It's an earnest pursuit. Do so. It's just the part where you want to kind of give it the legitimacy of being the award show. That's where the contention comes in, because more often than not, it's the cinematic movie-like award show of games rather than the opposite. You know what I mean? Get rid of that part. Stop the stress.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and I it's funny you say that, because I said the same thing on Operation PlayStation, which was that he's trying to make it like the Academy Awards for video games. And if you look at the Academy Awards, what wins Best Picture? It's always the same type of movie.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get Avengers winning Best Picture. You're going to get The English Patient, and you're going to get all these other. That's where the term Oscar bait came from, and the Game Awards have the same thing. They have their Game Awards bait. Like, if you're a third-person, slow walk and talk, narrative-driven AAA experience, you're in with a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's
otherwise, and you get your token indie. Every year you get your token indie, and there's only that one slot for the token indie. So I thought this year would be Tunic or Sifu, or Cult of the Lamb, or Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah.
But then Stray got it, and I'm just like, really? Like,
hey, best trend. What was it? Best adaptation from game to movie, and Uncharted was in there, and I was just like,
I know. I'm like, really?
What?
Yeah, I'm like, really?
Halo wasn't, and I'll say it once on your air. No, I'm not Captain Keys. Stop saying that. Halo wasn't, which it should have been. But
look, I personally argue neither should have been. Personally,
if you're gonna do Uncharted, I'm sorry, do Halo instead. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, if your bar is gonna be so low that Uncharted is in there, then yes, Halo should be in there.
You know, I'm sorry,
but I'd like to believe that the bar should be a bit higher. Where Uncharted, I mean, Uncharted. Oh god, that could be another tangent where we talk about everything right and or wrong with the Uncharted movie. Like, Drake's young, but all the stuff happening in the movie is from Uncharted 4, where he's his oldest. And then it's like, what? But then you got some stuff from 3, but then, I don't know, it's just...
Yeah. And they had a character that was actually a character in the game, but wasn't called a character in the game, but it was definitely her.
It was just so
it wasn't a very good film, to be honest with you. Like,
you know,
as just a popcorn adventure flick. Had it not been called Uncharted, and had it been called some other Indiana Jones ripoff thing, I could have enjoyed it on that level. Yeah, Tom Holland's having a blast, and Mark Wahlberg's funny, and blah, 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 blah. But watching it, all I had in my head is Uncharted the game. And I'm looking for the parallels to the game, and I'm not seeing any. And it was all messed up and all jumbled. And I'm just like, I love Tom Holland, but he should not have been Drake. He just shouldn't have been Drake. It's that simple. Man. And that's what worries me now about the Gears movie. Like, cast right. Please don't just cast.
I remember the conversation we had about that one online. Yes, I agree with you, though, by the way. I agree. It depends on where they choose to go, what their
you were the one that brought up. Yes.
Yes, it depends on their outcome. And for the record, while I have you on this air, the reason why I remember Lester is because I'm a fan of Lester. I actually met him at Comic-Con. He is like Cole, right? Most of his mannerisms come from Lester himself. So it was like, hey, if you're gonna make a big bombastic no neck movie, bring the big bombastic no neck guys in the room, right? That's it.
That's right.
But If you're not and you're going to elevate it, then I actually hope they elevate it. I hope they take it to a
and that's
to a
what I
new
mean.
place,
Like, I agreed with you that Leicester technically should be Cole, but in the end, like I said on that time we spoke about it, and now I've got you, I'll say it again. If I go to my wife and say, "Oh, they've got Leicester Spate as Cole," she'll be like, "Who?"
Yeah, but Terry Crews.
But if I say,
you mean the dude with
she's like,
the individual bobbing boobs? Yeah, that guy.
from White Chicks.
Yeah.
Like if I say Terry Crews is in the Gears of War movie, she goes, "Oh, I'll watch the Gears of War movie if Terry Crews is in it." And that's why I tried to balance a known actor with someone that could do justice to Cole.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do. Yeah. But no, I'm excited that at least they're even, taking a bite at that apple finally. It's been too long. Hopefully it's not too late.
They've got to
Hopefully
cast
not.
Batista though. But yeah.
They have to.
They have to.
Surely.
So yes, Game Awards. So who cares?
We have a super chat about it.
Oh, okay. Well, someone cares.
Oh, yes.
Let's
Top.
answer that question.
£5 super chat from Top. How long do you think the Game Awards show will be this year? It felt like it overstayed its welcome last year. Well, I like it because it makes my workday go quick because I just have it on in the background and I'm just listening away while I'm working / supposed to be working. And if I hear something that perks the ears up, I turn around and I'll watch it. So I don't mind it being long from that perspective. But yes, if I was just sitting and watching it, my God, it's like 3-4 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long old time.
And if you watch it,
ads.
I'm going to restream. You can watch it either here on YouTube or you can watch it on our Twitch channel.
Ooh.
Will you have it set up in a way where I could jump in if I want to?
If you want to make me do a lot more work before the stream, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
No, I can do it. No problem. I can resize.
Don't worry about it.
It would. I'm kidding. It would be about 15 seconds. Yes, I can do that.
It's at 11:30, so I might actually I'll be able to It's on a Thursday Australian, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it on a Wednesday for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's a Wednesday. Yeah, it's a Wednesday.
Okay, so that means it's like a Thursday.
No,
for
it's
me.
the
Hey.
8th, so it's a Thursday, so it's a Friday.
Oh, is it? It's a Friday. Okay.
It's Friday. Yeah. So I can't jump in. Don't worry about it. I can't.
Oh, thank God.
For those who have a problem with its length, just think of it this way: it's 4 sessions of Vampire Survivors. You're fine. Come on.
Yeah. Just play that in the background, and you'll
You
be
know,
gold.
come on now. Pause it real quick. Oh, that's a good trailer, and then get back.
You've
to
got to
Vampire
add in the
Survivors.
half-hour pre-show, so 5.
Yes.
Pre-shows. Ugh.
I just wish they were more transparent about how it's all done. People everyone appreciates honesty, regardless of what that honesty looks like and how it manifests. People appreciate honesty. So people keep going back to Forza Horizon 5, which then means people get defensive and go, "Oh, it's Xbox fans being salty." It's like, well, no, it's not about Xbox fans being salty. It's about you talk about Forza Horizon 5 ticked all the boxes. It ticked all the boxes required for a game
Except the unofficial
game
box
of the year.
Except the unofficial box, cinematic third person.
Yes, that's
narrative driven.
Exactly.
It ticked all the boxes. So it had all the graphics, and it had all the talk, and it had all the sales, and it had all the Metacritic, and it had all the everything. And yet it didn't have. It's not about its platform. I'm not talking about the fact that it's on Xbox. I'm just, as a game, and when you look at what we on the surface think should be Game of the Year, it ticked all the boxes and yet wasn't even nominated, let alone won.
Yep.
And that's where people get confused. That's where some people get angry. That's where people there just needs to be a bit more transparency, because he was like, "Oh, it didn't make the cutoff." It's like, but hold on, that game came out earlier than God of War did this year.
Yeah.
So
but when you get the code, and they actually did get the God of War code about a week earlier than I got Forza Horizon 5 last year. Sony's good about that. They give you a full 2 weeks, and they let you talk about it, unlike Pentiment, where I couldn't even say I had the game.
Pentiment.
Yeah. Pentiment.
Did that get nominated for anything?
Nope.
Pentiment?
No.
Not a single thing?
We haven't even talked about it, and we're an Xbox podcast.
But I haven't played it. I can't talk about a game I've never played.
I mean,
You've played it a lot, Jesse, right? You're a big Pentiment fan.
Played it with the missus who helped me with the review. It's fantastic. It's very much what you think it is when you're looking at it. You're reading a lot. There's no real gameplay. There are some light puzzles. It's all about your choices and having a great story.
See, it sounds pretty good.
A lot of reading.
Nick's out.
Nick's got some. Nick, you've been reading lately, though. We'll hear more about that soon.
You've been reading?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you guys are so bad at my segues. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew exactly what he was talking about, but it was too early. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Game.
All right. Well. Okay.
Looking forward
Game
to it.
Awards. Psh, we put them in the bin.
God of War Ragnarok, Game of the Year.
Here we go.
Yep.
Actually, no. Let's do Pentiment first because it's smaller and we were just talking about it. Josh Sawyer was actually quoted as saying Pentiment would never have been made without Game Pass being in existence. Now, a lot of people jumped on that.
They did, didn't they? And got very defensive about it.
Unnecessarily, I thought. Because I think it's fairly obvious. What he's saying is it's a real niche fucking game. And the only reason that I can make it is because we've got a subscription service that even if one game flops, the other games are paying the bill. Like that's how I took that. Am I alone? Am I an idiot?
That's exactly what he meant. He meant like if it wasn't for Game Pass, even Microsoft themselves probably wouldn't have ticked off on Pentiment because they would have been like, dudes, this is going to sell like 15 copies. We're not going to fund this. It's going to sell like 15 copies. We're not going to fund it. We can't market it. We can't push it. Don't worry about it. But with Game Pass, they're like, yeah, man, we need more games for Game Pass. Make whatever you want. Go for it. Just make it. That's what he was saying. But then you had people like pretty big people in the industry going like, oh, he has to say that, to please Microsoft. It's like, well, no, he was interviewed.
Yeah, it's so weird.
He's done a lot.
If you ever heard him speak, he doesn't seem like the guy who tends to please anybody. He says it as it is. Yeah,
his Twitter feed's he's got one of the best feeds on Twitter.
Yes, absolutely. I was trying to be a bit diplomatic about his not giving two craps about nothing.
Yeah.
He does not care. Like he will spit it out. Like, so I would believe him when he says, and it's logical. Absolutely logical what he was saying, right? Lord Cognito from the Iron Lord, shout out to them. He had a light review of it, and he also said, like, you have to make it to the first murder. That's when you'll know whether it's for you or not. It's a very
fair comment,
an acquired taste. But for those who like it, it's great. I'm looking forward to checking it out. Unfortunately, as I've been on vacation, I'm behind on it, but it's definitely on the list. And to your point, with the fact that it's Game Pass, it's no necessary,
no risk.
No risk. I don't even have to put it on the hard drive. I can just hit play and test it out in the cloud for a little while and see how it feels. So, yeah, I think most people that have this conversation with these narratives, this is just much ado about nothing. They're just trying to find some way of continuing that false narrative that keeps dogging people left and right.
That's what I mean. That's like I don't understand why it bothers people so much. Like that's been the strength of Game Pass from day one. The ideal goal is that it gets to a point where it's big enough where they don't even worry about like anything their first party suggests. They'll be like, "Yep, throw it on there."
Yeah, chuck it on the Barbie.
You want to try this unique thing where you have to fly upside down and do whatever? Yep, no worries.
I mean, look at Netflix. When they first started, what weird, obscure crap was in their library? And it just kept growing and growing. And now you go there for that Netflix exclusive. But how many years did it take to get there?
Took a long time.
It's literally like they're following the same model and people don't seem to see that.
At the start, Netflix were like, we're resurrecting that show from 17 years ago that no one watched.
Yeah.
Just to see.
Yeah.
Just why not? See.
Somebody will like it. It'll create some kind of what was my wife and I watch it, Manifest, the TV show. Got killed on another service, and they went out, throw it in here. I'm like, hey, this is great. We totally watched all of it. That's what it's for. It's the gaming equivalent of that. You'll have a strong follower of Pentiment folks, people who literally will spend time analyzing the calligraphy and understanding the differences between them. It may not be something you'll pay $60 for, or most people won't, but hey, it adds character to an existing library. It's great.
Yeah, that's right. 100%.
And they need to cover as many genres as they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I keep trying. Everyone's like, the detractors are all like, oh, Game Pass is going to lead to a bunch of games as a service, shovelware. And it's like, no, it's not. It'll die if that's all that's on there.
Yeah.
It
It's got to
needs
have
as
the big
much
stuff.
Yeah, it needs as much variety as physically possible to survive. Otherwise, it won't.
Peppa Pig,
Yes,
and like
Ryan's
Piku Niku,
races.
Like they are kings in my household. Like I've had to buy multiple copies of the games because of Game Pass. And then of course, the minute I hand them to my 5-year-old, we get to the place where the Xbox controller is too big, and then we go to the Switch.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, right? But these
that's
games,
what they need.
Yes,
they need all of it.
When I taught I think he was 4 at the time. I can't remember. I'll dig it out. I think I've got it somewhere in a cupboard. It was an Xbox. It was a wired controller, but it was about a third less the size, and it was perfect for his hands. I'll see if I can dig it out. Like they do a smaller.
How I've been able to circumvent this is an 8-bit DOE controller. They do a lot of great controllers through cloud streaming. They can play whatever they want, and that's how we usually do that. But it's come on now, and I've been part of the Xbox Insider program. I send them. I'm like, hi, I'm the guy who's screaming for smaller controllers for my kids. You're literally pushing them to the abacus known as the Switch. Come on now, I want them to play here. And the controller's a little too fat for their fingers. What are you gonna do about it? But no. I completely agree. People go, oh look, we get the bangers, if you will, and what are they getting? Peppa Pig. I'm like, Peppa Pig ruled the roost in my house for a good 3 weeks. It is what it is. My daughter
loved it, absolutely loved it. She's only 5, and she never played games. She always watched me and her brother, and she was just like, "Can I play?" And I was like, "Actually, yes, you can definitely play. This one will move Peppa, and this one you can pick stuff. You can press stuff to pick it up and play with it.
Yeah.
As soon as you see it say A on the screen," and she was like, "Okay," and that was it. It was quiet.
Try Piku Niku. Like it is insane how much they pick up. My kids are obsessed. Now they're on Netflix. They're on YouTube, watching strategy videos on how to traverse certain 3 and 5.
Wow.
So I am one to say we love Game Pass for that purpose alone. The weird stuff that you didn't know you loved.
It's the greatest.
Absolutely.
My son now, he's about to turn 7. He has learned now to browse that game because I've added it to his home screen, the Game Pass app, and he just goes in there and starts queuing up stuff on his own. And he saw Ryan Races and he downloaded it. And he saw Peppa Pig, he downloaded it. And he saw Paw Patrol and he downloaded it. It's the greatest thing ever for parents. It's good.
Great. It's so great.
Good.
Yeah. I'm so all the narrative of Starfield will be there eventually. All those will come, of course. And in the meantime, lots of great stuff I didn't know my kids would love, stuff that I love. It's great. It's great. For a long time now, I have been sipping the majesty that is Persona 5 like a fine wine. It's great. Absolutely.
For the vast majority of people, there's far too many good games to ever keep up with.
Oh, yeah. Bloody oath there is. Way more games than anyone has time for. Way more. Jesus. I still can't get through Ragnarok. Game is so long.
You know what time it is, don't you? Speaking of things that seem to go on forever.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ.
Are we ready to do this? Strap in.
Cue up the Neverending Story music.
Hey, speaking of Neverending Story, and this wouldn't be an XboxEra podcast without a slight movie tangent. Right, I'm all for kids' films actually being a little bit daring and scaring a kid. But Jesus H. Christ, the death of the horse in Neverending Story.
Where it sinks into the mud?
And the kid is screaming, "No!"
Yeah, that's right.
Go watch that shit again. Sit your 5-year-old down and say, "Watch this, son," and watch their fucking faces. I had to go through it when I was a kid. My kids are going through it too.
No wonder there's this generation of us that are just messed in the head. We were watching that stuff as kids.
That shit was fucked up.
Watching a horse just sink into mud.
It was horrific. And the kid's crying his eyes out and he can't move him. I watched that with my son last year. And he was like...
I reckon my daughter
normally
would be
he's a chat
devastated if she watched that.
He went quiet and his mouth was slightly agape.
Yeah.
And he just looked at me. He was like, "Is the horse dead?" I was like, "Yes."
And that was probably back before the days of the animal cruelty laws in movies.
Oh man! Holy.
There's every chance they may have actually killed that horse.
No, it didn't die. No horses were harmed filming.
That was before the animal laws came in.
Anyway, some light brevity about horses drowning. Now let's.
And I showed it, so everyone got to see the horse
Oh,
drown.
great. Lucky you, people. Keep you up at night, I swear to God. Yeah, the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard is the never-ending story in this scenario. Big fireworks this week as both Sony and Microsoft's responses to the CMA's Phase 2 decision kind of were publicized, as I understand it, by the CMA, right?
Yes.
So the CMA published these and made them public, which is nuts because of the amount of noise. Sony's, Microsoft are going to argue that the deal was fine. We know all of Microsoft arguments at this point, and that's because they're in a world where they make sense. Some of them, let's be honest, are a little bit like Call of Duty. It's a nothing burger, man.
No, see, this is the thing, right? This is the point of discussion, right? So almost all the arguments Sony made are technically correct. Same way the arguments Microsoft made are technically correct. It's a perspective thing, right? So of course, Microsoft is going to downplay the significance of Call of Duty, and they're going to do everything in their power to downplay the significance of Call of Duty. And what they said is true. Call of Duty is not a highly rated game. Call of Duty doesn't land on most anticipated lists. That's not a lie. It's all 100% accurate. They didn't talk about sales. Of course... Call of Duty is not about the Metacritic rating. Call of Duty is about the fact that it sells like 50 bajillion copies each year. But Microsoft's not going to say that. They're going to talk about how it's not highly rated. And Sony's games are way more highly rated than Call of Duty and blah, 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 blah. So I understand that perspective. As silly as the argument ultimately is, I understand the perspective. Sony's is just insane. Sony's argument is insanity. Like, Sony is the high school bully that's been bullying everyone for 10 years in high school, and then the new kid comes along and starts secretly taking these really good steroids. The bully finds out about it, goes to the principal and says, hey, that new kid's taking these unreal roids and he's going to beat the shit out of me soon. Can you do something about this? That's what Sony's doing.
Well, Nick, to be fair, what Sony did was go to the regulatory bodies, write down everything they have been doing to others, wrote it down in a list and went, see this? Don't let them do that to us. We've been doing that.
That's what I'm
Allow
saying.
us to continue doing that. But they wrote it down so that you know exactly what it is.
Oh my God, it is insane.
So okay.
It's not the argument that's insane, though.
Yeah.
It's not the argument that's insane.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's coming from Sony.
From them. Yes.
That's insane.
See, and the take that we, my partner, when we do the shows, where we always try to harp, where we like to keep it, is both sides, even though, let's be honest, both sides aren't equal in their arguments and what they're saying and all that. But both sides will always try to skew it to their most benefit, because obviously,
of course, that's what they've got to do.
Yes, of course.
But and I've made this analogy, and it seems to connect, and it'll connect more with you folks than most, because you understand what I say when I talk about the beautiful game. When Ronaldo walks, when Ronaldo grabs a knee and he's on the floor, right? If the ref doesn't see he's full of crap and calls it, hey man, that's part of the game, right? You don't get mad at Ronaldo for grabbing the knee. It's up to that ref to see him and see that he's clowning and go, get the hell up and start playing the game, right?
Yeah,
that's right. If the CMA and all these regulatory bodies don't spend the time digging through the BS and actually come up with the real nuts and bolts of the matter, you can't get mad at Sony. Which is what their job is. Yes, right.
Which is what their job is.
You can't get mad. Yes, you cannot get mad at Sony for literally weaponizing them. Right? You can't get mad at them for it. It is your job as the regulatory body to cut through the noise and see what's being done to you. And so far, it doesn't sound like they're cutting through that noise too much. So it is what it is, right? So to me, it's not about Sony's argument. They can scream till the cows come home. They're getting away with it, seemingly. right? It's about
that's what's annoying for I think for the people watching is that it's almost incredulously like,
that's exactly.
Are you guys for real?
It's almost comical. It's almost comical at this point.
That's all it's about. It's about the referees. How are you like? Do we need glasses? Do you need bifocals? Do we need to give you some more? It's about the referees. Has nothing to do with the players because they're there to win the game by any means necessary.
That's right.
Yeah. But that then becomes a concern, like a little bit, right? Like if the refs are being given the homework and are not doing the investigation, like the CMA should, like that's. I mean, this is in the UK. I mean, and let's be honest, everything's bonkers here lately.
Now, I was about to say, usually
nuts.
I will be the first to be like, Americans are completely out of their friggin' minds. I'd be the first to advocate for it. I've been here for 10 plus years, and I'll be the first to stand behind you and say so. But in this part, where it almost seems like, well, you could argue with us on process if you're lucky. But once we make our rule, you're done with it.
That's it. Suck it up.
That is some actual BS right there. Because at least in America, if you have actual precedent and law by your side, there's always more options to appeal and fight it. Whereas seemingly you don't have that much to do on the UK side. That may be the hot button of this whole situation. I think the FTC is blowing a bunch of smoke, as they do. Right? You want to go to court with them? Good luck with that. That's going to be hilarious for you.
That's the FTC gets things ready. They don't actually always go to court. They just get things ready in case they end up having to.
Yeah.
If you don't agree
that
with
whole Politico thing.
Yeah.
That's a separate topic, but we can blend it all in. That Politico thing and the way that blew up. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, is anyone going to read the article?
It's a nothing
like that article.
It
was a nothing article. It was just a square one article.
Yeah, it's a process article about this is what happens, and then they do this, and then they do that. So yes, court is a potential, but they're prepping for it. They did the same when it came to Amazon, and what did they do? They stepped back right when it mattered, right? And they let Amazon buy MGM. So it's just part of the process.
FTC is not going to take Microsoft to court.
Yeah,
they're not going to take Microsoft to court because in the end they'll lose. If they take Microsoft to court, they'll lose.
Yep.
Biden doesn't need that on his administration.
True.
He doesn't need a loss to Microsoft over video games on his administration.
Especially considering how much money is being spent. You think Microsoft would just walk away from that? You're out of your mind. Come on.
I think the CCO of Activision said, we'll fight.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that? She came out. She was like, we're going to fight. If you want to fight, we're going to fight. Like, the FTC is not taking them to court. They will get decimated in court.
Like,
it's just not going to happen.
I think the thing that is super interesting to me is when this all first kicked off with the CMA, right? And people were joking around saying, "Oh, they're in Sony's pocket," and I say joking around, like it's almost like they were copying the homework, right? And now we're at this point where clearly Sony feel either they like the smell of their own farts, to coin the British phrase, right? And they're believing the smell of their own BS. Or look, their tone has changed. Instead of saying, it's not, we're dissatisfied, we're not happy about this. It was the end of their response. This acquisition must not be allowed to proceed. Yep. This has to we'll concede this or we'll put up with that. No, don't let it happen.
Yeah, it seems like, to your point, it seems like since the arguments that they have been putting out, with the exception of Brazil, which frankly, yes, there's context there, but they really did the job. They were like, yo, this is the chair. We don't care who sits in it as long as that chair continues to exist. Kick rocks, basically, is what they said, which is exactly what you should be doing, right? But it seems to me that since like all the other bodies and specifically the CMA in this case have taken their issue on their back, it went from let's see how much blood we can draw to let's just see if we can kibosh the whole thing. But I keep bringing him up, but he spends a lot of time reading this thing in like deeply. My partner does. So we were reading through it, and I'm sure you guys heard the whole 10-year like
they offered 10 years on Call of Duty,
and in that one there's been no conversation about unacceptable or anything else. It's been silent on it. because if they can draw blood and kibosh the whole thing, it's over. But if they take the 10-year, that nulls the issue and moves it forward immediately. So I think, or it seems like, they're waiting for the dust to settle. If it wins, hey, it's over. Happens. If it doesn't, Microsoft has officially put out their 10 years, meaning at any moment now, if it doesn't seem like it's going their way, they can go, we'll take the 10 years. And then they at least have that. Yeah. So it's like, how far can we take this? Which, hey, it's the game, right? It's what they're doing. I'm stunned gamble, that the CMA allows them to go that far with it. They should have been smacked a long time ago.
But that's why people start to get the tinfoil hats on and say, well, someone's in someone's pocket now, because the stuff that's being said just seems too insane. Like
at this point, crazy. Ronaldo is on the field with crutches and he's just doing the dance, and he's still getting he's getting the fouls left and right.
It's crazy to me that the Brazilian regulators went more in depth than anyone else seems to have so far.
Yes.
Look, I find that crazy. Like Brazil thought of stuff that I didn't even think of.
Yeah.
Like Brazil really went in depth, and they were like, well, hold on, if they own Activision's like the biggest third-party publisher. If they own Activision, they're going to own a lot of IP, a lot of studios, a lot of games, this, that, the other. Their first-party strength will be so strong that what if they lock out other third parties from their platform? That's something I never even thought of. The CMA didn't think of it. Europe didn't think of it. FTC didn't think of it. No. I'm like, man, that's an interesting thought. They'd never do it. But the fact that you guys even thought about it shows that you're actually doing your job and going through everything.
So in that instance, the referee is beyond reproach. So their decision is their decision. At least you see they did everything to really get to the heart of the matter.
Where the CMA is like, we know jack shit about video games. You tell us about it. And then Sony's like, well,
Microsoft
we've been bullying the shit out of Microsoft for the last 20 years. They're actually using their money now, and they're probably going to bully us back the same way. Can you just put a stop to that? And the CMA's like, oh, well, shit, we never thought about that. Maybe we probably should put a stop to it.
Oh, you mean Microsoft? What? The company who we did our best to break up but didn't work last time? The one where to this day in the UK, if you install Windows, it asks you to install a competing browser just to save face. They had it. It's been there, primed and ready to go all this time. This is their second bite at that apple. So
now Slack is trying to go after him.
Yeah.
Slack's trying to go after him for Teams a few years after their CEO said Teams is not a competitor with us.
Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Teams isn't a competitor, but until it is.
Yeah.
Until it is.
I still though, I think this is all stage 3, stage 4. At the end, it will still end exactly where it should have. It's just a lot of bluster. It's just a lot of, and as you guys see, even on the American side, as soon as something comes out that has teeth, Microsoft finds a way of inoculating it right away. They keep doing that.
Do you think it's going to go through, Kay? Yeah, you no doubt in your mind.
I have no doubt in my mind it's going to go through. Now, I think that from jump there was a conversation about and a buddy of mine used to be working on used to work inside King and was at some point the executive producer of Candy Crush. So when this whole conversation was happening and we were like, oh my god, the whole ball game is COD, my buddy's like, if one day if Candy Crush woke up one morning making COD money, it would kill itself and throw itself off a bridge. It makes so much more, $6 million a day roughly. Candy Crush makes, so it's like Microsoft went, let's see where they go here. Oh, Call of Duty is your thing? All right, well, pay no attention to King. That's right back here.
Don't worry about Candy Crush.
Fine, right? And they set
Call
up
of Duty. Call of Duty.
Yeah, right?
Call of Duty.
They set up 2, 3, 4, 5 lines in the sand, the last line being 10 years. And they've just been doling it out. Oh, well, we offered them 3. Well, it's unacceptable. We offered them 5. Absolutely. We offered them 10.
10.
And everybody's quiet. All the while, all the other really big animals are just back here, just waiting because you guys are so focused on COD. They were ready to give you COD already, seemingly. It's just they need you to stay focused there. Because if you're not focused there and you focus on the other things,
you're not worrying about mobile.
It might be something else.
It's a good point.
They're going to give them concessions to COD, which is what they were going to do in the first place. They just kind of needed you to keep your eye on that ball. And
they're going to put COD on Switch.
Yeah.
They will 100% put COD on Switch. We've said this from January, February. They're gonna put COD on Switch.
I think even Phil said that, didn't he? He said that. We want to even put it on the Switch.
Yeah, I think he
said
did.
That. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
This is the irony of it. Like, and why Sony's arguments continue to fall apart, because Sony obviously and understandably is worried about themselves, but they're saying that choices are going to get taken away, and it's like, well, no, they're not. Microsoft's actually going to give the consumer more choices.
Yeah.
It's just that you're worried Sony's not going to be one of those choices. So right now you get COD on Xbox, PlayStation, PC. That's it. If this deal went through and Microsoft took my advice that I've always given them, which is become pricks.
That is literally the words he would use.
And they took it off PlayStation, which I think they should 100% do, especially now.
Yeah.
So you'll go from 3 platforms to PC, Xbox, Switch. So you're back to 3. Streaming. You're going to get a 4th. And then you'll probably get a 5th in there somewhere. So you'll be able to play it on your TV through cloud, on your phone through cloud, on your tablet through cloud. So you'll actually be able to play COD.
You can play it in VR on a big screen using an Xbox controller. All of that is now available to you.
Even with PlayStation being taken away, there'll be more avenues to COD.
Yeah.
So Sony's argument falls apart again.
So our final conspiracy theory on that point is it's never been about COD. It's the narrative that PlayStation has set forth and has gotten so many people believing for so long. And Call of Duty is the epitome of breaking that narrative, which big AAA monster quality games can't be put into subscription services, right? They can't be. Like, we are the market leader. We say this is how it is, and we know it because we are the market leader. The minute the argument is flipped on their head, and now, well, what about that? It kind of ruins all of their other arguments.
Yeah, I know.
In addition to the fact of, now all of a sudden, every casual will know Call of Duty right from jump with Series S, possibly bundled in or whatever. Now, when you go make those arguments about, hey, our platform is the platform, so bring our game here, you might get Microsoft prices instead of Sony prices, right? Because you're no longer the ruler of the roost. So Call of Duty leaving also takes away a lot of their bargaining power, seemingly. Right? Yeah. Because that will flip the narrative, and a lot of casuals will go where Call of Duty goes, especially in the world where the Series S is just basically right there, like $199 almost in American USD, right? Call of Duty itself is a monster, but what it comes with and the privileges that it comes with also go with whoever has its exclusive rights to it, right? So it seems like they say Call of Duty to you, the PlayStation gamer, which I am as well. But realistically, they're kind of going, it'll limit our options as PlayStation to continue doing what we've been doing all this time, because the market will no longer allow it if we're not the home of that game.
That's right. That's what it's always been about, protecting their market leadership. That's why I find it crazy. It's not when it's meant to be about the consumer choice, and the consumers don't lose any choice.
No,
they just have a different choice.
Gain extra choice.
Exactly, and that's why I'm like. That's exactly why I'm like, I don't fault them as far as the balls and strikes when it comes to the CMA and the whole deal, because they're lying through their teeth, clearly, and saying we're worried about PlayStation gamers. We don't care if you're saying that. That's fine. Say what you say. It's what you bring. But it's the CMA that should see, after this, you can literally download an Android ABK to a toaster or a fridge and play that game on there. Right?
That's right.
So you can say whatever you want, market leader, but show us how that's actually true, because the evidence does not bear it out. That's where I'm more animated by.
Yeah, for sure.
Those are the things that should be seen, you know? Yeah.
That's right. The CMA and the EU are the insane ones. Like, they're just lapping it up. Like,
they're taking it, hook, line, and sinker, and seemingly doing no investigation. I say seemingly because the ultimate decision hasn't been made yet. It just sounds a lot blustering on Twitter and all that stuff. But
on the surface, it doesn't look like they are.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they are. Absolutely.
So far, Brazil is the only one that's shown any kind of in-depth research into the whole thing. A surprising amount of depth.
Yeah.
Like, crazy amount.
Yeah.
It seems like it's always been about protecting Sony's interests. it's always been about protecting Sony's interests, and that's the part I don't understand. When it's always been about the consumer, and the consumer doesn't lose; the consumer gains.
How do you guys feel about the specific arguments that Sony make, though? Do you find them as ludicrously funny as I think genuinely a lot of genuine pundits, right? And I say that delicately, right? That are being a little bit honest with themselves, shall we say? They are like, are you guys for real? Are you like they are seeing the hilarity of some of the commentary, right? Not all. Right, and we won't call out anyone by name. They know who they are, right? But the hilarity of it, the hypocrisy of some of the arguments that Sony themselves are making are hilarious to me. Like,
isn't it interesting though? It seems super interesting to me because they are banking on the fact that the CMA doesn't know better, and it's working.
Yeah, they're banking on their stupidity.
Yes,
and their
which
ignorance.
Is hilarious.
And their ignorance. Like, imagine in your reply saying, if Microsoft gets COD and they're the market leader, they might raise their game prices and their console prices. It's like...
and the timing is just like amazing. It's amazing.
That's what I'm talking about. You just did that. Like,
it blows my mind. Like...
See, and the minute that is called out, they go, but we're tiny, market forces. They're Microsoft. They can handle anything. Don't worry about us.
It's unbelievable stuff. Like if I was a regulator, I'd be offended. I'd be offended at Sony's statements. Like, do you think I'm just like a moron? Like, I would be offended at some of the arguments Sony are making. Like, and again, Sony's arguments aren't actually wrong. Microsoft might raise their prices. Correct. They might raise their game prices too. Correct. 100% they might. But you're not the one to call it out.
Yeah.
That's not up to you to call. Like, if Sony's arguments came from Nintendo, if Nintendo stepped into this and went, oh, hold on, we've got some concerns.
Yeah.
And they made almost all of Sony's arguments, they would make some sense coming from Nintendo.
Absolutely.
So Nintendo could come around and go, oh, well, hold on a second. We're about to release... Look, we didn't want to say this, but it's part of the court case. We're about to release the Switch 2, which we've intentionally made at a certain level of power because we're looking at getting back into the more mature market. We've been in the family market for a while now. We were looking to get into the mature market, and we were looking to make a deal with Activision to get COD on Switch 2.
Yeah.
If Microsoft owns it, that's suddenly going to become a lot harder for us. So that argument would have made total sense.
Yeah,
would make total sense. And if I'm a regulator, I'm going, well, hold on a second. Yeah, we all just said how Nintendo doesn't compete with these guys because they're not in the mature market. If Nintendo are coming and telling us they can prove to us with documents that they were about to get into the mature market, Microsoft now taking away Activision makes that a lot harder. Yeah. So it affects competition. A competitor can't come in and compete.
Yeah. See, but in this argument, though, this is literally Jason Voorhees going to the authorities saying, please don't give the axe to the campers. Yeah.
That's right.
And has documented how many times he's killed these campers. Don't let them do this to me. Like, that's come on.
So
it's hilarious.
If Nintendo had come to them and then Microsoft could come over the top and say, guys, look, we were planning on bringing Call of Duty to Switch all this time. Don't stress. If you want to get into the mature market, we'll help you out. Not a problem. And then Nintendo could say, well, hold on a sec, but you're also taking, what about Crash? Crash did really well on Switch. What about Spyro? Skylanders did really well on Switch. You're taking those. Nintendo has arguments to make.
Yep.
Sony has none.
Yeah.
Sony has none. Like, it just, or at least none that make sense coming from Sony. I shouldn't say their arguments don't make sense. They don't make sense coming from Sony. Like, it's just...
There is one difference.
Stuff.
The set of laws that rich people live under versus the set of laws that not rich people live under. So if you're rich, you can say and do really dumb shit, and it's handled very differently than if you're a normal person. But they don't have to really make sense. They just have enough money to keep throwing litigation at it.
Yeah, it's just... I don't know. I'm staggered that the CMA and the EU are allowing Sony to publicly make them look incompetent and ignorant.
Yeah.
I find that a bit
really
surprising.
It really does.
This is all ultimately over video games, and you're letting this company just make your employees come across as ignoramuses.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the end of the day, though, when it's all said and done, you could get a report that says, well, after, because if you look at the CMA's like Twitter history, that's exactly has happened multiple times, where they'll go far in the almost aggressively defending direction, and then all at the very last statement, after a thorough review, we have found that no harm was done, blah 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 blah. Nothing to see here, move on, right? That has happened a few times. That's why I keep saying seemingly. I'm expecting that maybe to be the case here. If it's not, oh boy, it will be interesting.
Oh man, but with the FTC though, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because I've asked a few people that I think might know, like in the Discord and stuff. Wouldn't Microsoft almost prefer it to go to court against the FTC?
Yes.
They'd want it to go to court.
They have court. Yeah, they have that court avenue, like as always. But to your based on some conversations I've had with people far more knowledgeable in this arena than I am, you know, they try, and I say try, to harp on the precedent and law and all of that. So, you know, they have that on their side. So even if you have a lot of regulatory bodies against you, as long as your argument is sound and you have precedent to get on your side, you can go argue that in court as your last line of defense, if you will. Whereas seemingly within the CMA frame, it's like you just have to make a convincing argument to this seemingly select group of regulatory individuals and hope for the best, right?
Yeah.
Whereas at least with court in America, there's the court of public opinion that gets thrown in there. You know, that's why you have Sony and both Microsoft people. Microsoft created that website. People are like, what's that for? Yeah, that was for you, not for anyone else. Yeah. It was for you, so that it'll animate you as the public to back them in the public court. You know, it seems like absolutely they want to go to court, because then those documents will be on the record, and you'll be able to see all of the things that you know those of us have known for a while now about that.
But not just that. And I'm reading Brit saying they want it handled without going to court. I was under the impression that if it goes to court, and this is specifically now with the FTC in the US, I was under the impression, and please, someone more knowledgeable than me clarify if they can. And I've had a couple of people that I think are knowledgeable tell me yes. If it goes to court and Microsoft wins, doesn't the deal pass in the US without concessions?
Yes, because that is the law of the land at that point. Yes.
That's right. So that means Microsoft would want it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because then they don't have to concede shit.
Possibly to Britt's point, you know, you want this to go the path of least resistance. You look at it. Oh, there's law, there's precedence on your side. Keep it moving. But at the end of the day, you want to fight it. We have a leg to stand on, and we're going to stand on it. You know what I'm saying?
But we're this far now. Like, we've come this far. We're now in November, almost December. If I'm Microsoft, knowing that the outcome means no concessions, I'd be wanting it to go to court.
You'd be like, come on,
it's like,
come
let's
at me.
do it in.
Come on,
let's do it in court. And we know we're going to win. And guess what? We don't have to give PlayStation Jack shit.
And I suspect that's why they led with certain concessions that you saw them lead with right away. Oh, it's going to be on PlayStation, and then they started throwing numbers at it. Then they started making the numbers longer, and now they've made the numbers interestingly long. I think that is their line in the sand. And if still there's an issue at that point, they can say, "Look at everything we've given you. Let's go to court."
We've offered.
Right. This is the thing. So that path of least resistance is Sony accepting one of those lines in the sand, and the ultimate being 10, right? And if they don't accept it, maybe there's more, but I doubt it. You know, then we can talk court, and then they can say in their court filings, "Look at everything we've conceded to.
We did,
and we still they still don't want to work with us."
And that's why I was saying before that I'm surprised Sony's taking that gamble.
Yeah.
Because right now, Microsoft is openly offering concessions.
Yeah.
Here you go, 5 years. Here you go, 10 years. Here you go. Phil Spencer just went on publicly and said, as long as a PlayStation exists, we want COD on there.
There you go.
So I'm surprised Sony would take that gamble of it going to court, where Microsoft 99.999% will win, which means zero concessions. And then Phil goes,
But here's the problem, though.
Here's the problem, they've got a chance.
That's the thing. Wasn't the
in court?
And again, well, in court in America they have a chance. But this is also a big stipulation on the actual CMA. If I'm not mistaken, and of course, as we need to be corrected, please correct me if I'm mistaking this. But part of the agreement was absolute agreement in all of these regulatory houses, including the CMA. It had to be unanimous. So even if they got a shoe in the FTC in the States, if the CMA is the way to kibosh the deal, if the CMA says unequivocally no, doesn't matter what the FTC just said. That breaks the deal.
I think
unless they pull out of the UK,
unless they pull out of the UK, which is really unattainable. Like, come on now.
Yeah, I think all of the the regulatory bodies have to align. They have to align. So
I don't know.
It's not like a hard and fast one says no, one says yes. Like you'll find all of them will align.
Have to align in a certain concessionatory way. Hey, this is enough to move it forward. Yeah,
we're all happy. But, get on the phone, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, but ultimately, America's the biggest market. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So if the FTC ticks it off, the CMA is pushing shit up a hill in the end.
See, and I don't know if you guys know Luke from the Xbox Green Pass Gaming. No, Green Pass Gaming.
Oh, Green Pass. I don't know.
I thought it was Expansion Pass.
No, Green Pass Gaming. UK outfit. Yes, they have a great
okay.
And one of their co-hosts is also an M&A lawyer who's actually dealt with, and he's been on Boom Show a few times, who's actually dealt hand in hand with the CMA on occasion. And he was speaking to the point where it might be written, and it's all conjecture and all of that, but it might be written in the bounds of the contract that all of those places need to approve, or else that in and of itself makes the deal basically null and void. So they all must agree. So even if they don't agree, which obviously, as Nick is saying, there are options to get out of that area or to spin it off. There's so many other things that could be done. But if you basically came to the table saying all three will agree, being the three big ones, or there's no deal, how does that work, right? Unless you renegotiate the bounds of what we're talking about with the deal. It's very interesting, and there's a lot to it. It's just, I just want, wake me up when we get to the end when we know what happens. Like, I'm done
already lost Crystal and Eidos over this. I wonder how many more we're going to lose over it.
Yeah.
So, I don't agree with you, Rand. I'm going to read Rand's super chat, and then I'm going to talk about the other thing Rand said. So Rand's got a super chat. I try to be friends with Nick, but he doesn't want to be friends with someone better looking than him. Hi, John, Jesse, and K Asante. That's a direct response to my super chat from their show this morning, or my morning anyway. No, wait, yesterday morning. Sorry. I wanted to hear them talk about my super chat, and they were dilly-dallying and wasting a lot of time, and I didn't get to hear them read it out. It was my son's birthday, and I couldn't wait that long to hear my super chat. So that's Rand's super chat. Rand saying here, Nick, Jim knows that Xbox will never remove COD from PlayStation. See, I don't agree with that.
I do.
So if they lose fighting the deal, it doesn't matter. They still would get COD. But if they win, they get the prize. Win-win for Sony. See, I disagree.
Well, no, I agree with him because Microsoft is so big on PR. So big on PR. You've heard them say it. And now to go, oh, well, if they did that, they would have to have a very good reason. And you know that even that reason would not please many courts of public opinion.
But here's something that people aren't thinking of. Microsoft. What did Microsoft say about Bethesda? Microsoft said that Bethesda will still ultimately act to an extent independently.
Yep.
Yeah? To an extent. Not wholly independent, but to an extent independently. Activision will have even more independence than Bethesda will. Right?
True, yeah.
What if Activision turns around and goes, yeah, we know Microsoft wants COD on PlayStation, but we don't anymore.
Yeah.
We're not happy with how we've been treated in all this.
Now that's the end goal.
If
you think about it, that would be the end goal if they don't close this deal. When Activision goes, we don't like you anymore, Xbox exclusive because screw you, PlayStation.
So Activision have publicly said we're gonna fight to make sure we are acquired by Microsoft. Now,
this is effectively
fight?
turning Activision into Square for Microsoft.
Who is opposing this fight the most?
Yeah.
Sony. The one that has the marketing deal for COD.
It's mad.
I don't agree. I think if Microsoft had the option to take COD off PlayStation, they would like that. And that's all while still putting it on Switch. This isn't about wanting it exclusive to Xbox, because Microsoft's going to put it on Switch. Even if these regulators had never fought this deal to begin with, Microsoft was still going to put Call of Duty on Switch. 1,000%. They were always going to put it on Switch. I think there is an element of let's screw over PlayStation. And if they have the option to take it off PlayStation, they will.
I look forward to the CMA using.
I know everyone is kumbaya and everyone thinks Microsoft's all kumbaya. I don't think they're 100% kumbaya. I think there's an element of no.
You're putting receipts out on the internet, and you know it can be used against you.
The CMA will be using
it's never stopped me before.
Was quoted on the XboxEra podcast that they were going to do this, and we're going to.
It's never stopped me before. It's not going to stop me now. I think there is 100% an element of gamesmanship to it, and I think if they had the option, because in the end everyone's like money. Oh, it's about money, and they'll make more money on PlayStation. It's like, yeah, but they'll still make more money taking, not more per se, but they'll still make money more than now by taking it off PlayStation, because those people are going to want to play COD. Yeah. So they're going to have to get into Xbox's ecosystem whether they like it or not. So the amount of money that people think they'll quote unquote lose, isn't as much as people think, because those people are going to have to buy an Xbox and they're going to have to subscribe. They're going to subscribe to Game Pass Ultimate, because why the hell would they pay $60 for COD when they can subscribe to Game Pass Ultimate? And that other little amount of money that they lose not having it on PlayStation, they're going to gain it on Switch. So I don't. Everyone's got this idea that money.
Yeah, that money
the Switch is 110 million consoles. It's not anything to sneeze at. There's
that money talk. Usually, my answer to that is the sometimes $3 trillion, sometimes $2 trillion company's pocket is not where you should look, because they are far beyond the nickel and diming that you think they need to do. They're working on legacy. They're working on platform. They've had to kowtow to many other platforms where they were first. I'm looking at you there, Windows Phone, right? Now they want a world where consumer-facing, they have their own platform. And if that means dropping a lot of cash immediately, look what's happening in Game Pass. You think that COD money will supersede their plans? No. They're thinking many generations ahead, and if that means throwing $1 billion at it, they're doing it now, because that's chump change for them. Stop looking in your own pocket. You'll never think the way they do, because they're beyond
this is why
cash.
Microsoft's smart, because Microsoft has said, look at Minecraft. Have you noticed how they keep propping up Minecraft? Nothing else, just Minecraft. Look, hey guys, look, Minecraft. The deal with Minecraft, their independence was a part of that deal. It wasn't about not wanting to take Minecraft off other platforms. That wasn't an option.
Yes. It was the only way Notch would agree. Yes.
Mojang, for all intents and purposes, aren't even owned by Microsoft.
Yeah.
Seriously, in terms of the front-facing way we see Mojang operate, it's like they're not even owned by Microsoft. The Xbox Series X version of Minecraft is 1080p, while the PS5 version is 4K. You tell me how that's Mojang as a first-party studio. Yep. But Microsoft are smart. They're also preying on regulators being dummies. They're saying, look at what we did with Minecraft. We kept Minecraft everywhere. Look. It's still on PlayStation. Look.
Don't pay attention to the clause that forbade us from moving it from anywhere else.
That Mojang's basically independent and weren't going to take it off PlayStation anyway. It's smart. And that's why everyone's like, oh, they're not going to lose all that money on COD. Bullshit, they won't. They will gladly try and drive PlayStation into the ground if they get the opportunity to do so. I'm just saying, Microsoft is a much more kumbaya company than they used to be, but they're not all the way kumbaya. There's still a little bit of 90s Microsoft in there. Don't worry about that.
It's just strategic PR, which is good for them, because when they were walking aggressively like they used to, they almost got split up. It's in their best interest to walk, with a bit more of that kumbaya stick that people seem to.
They've got to walk that line carefully. Yeah, but that money that they'll supposedly lose on PlayStation, they will gain and then some on Switch. That's not a problem there. Absolutely. And then they'll gain it in extra subscribers from cloud, because you can't play Call of Duty on a TV right now, but you will be able to after this deal happens, and then you'll be able to play Call of Duty on an iPad, and you'll be able to play Call of Duty on a mobile phone. All places you can't play Call of Duty right now. So this supposed lost PlayStation money, I don't think is going to be the big deal that it's being made out to be at the moment. And I'm not saying they won't lose money. It's short-term pain for long-term gain.
Yeah.
That's ultimately
Nick,
where I think
your mic is popping just a smidge.
It is. You probably just need to refresh StreamYard. It's very annoying.
Oh, okay.
Just a heads up. Just a heads up for our audio listeners. I've got your back.
Okay.
But yeah,
I don't know. I didn't do anything to it.
I didn't do anything.
No, it's just StreamYard being annoying as hell.
Do you want me
But
to
yeah.
refresh or not?
No.
Yeah, just hit F5. I'll pop you back up.
Okay. See you
Do it.
later.
Do it, bitch.
Okay,
Wow.
quick.
There it goes.
Everyone leave the show.
He comes back and it's all gone.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. We're out.
All right. My God, his freaking Apple's so slow. There we go.
Okay.
And you're
Is
back.
that better?
Oh my God, it
Yeah,
sounds
better.
terrible. No, it's fine.
Okay, it's fine.
It is fine.
What's Rand saying now? Think about it, Nick. If the deal failed, the first thing Xbox would probably do is figure out a mobile publisher devs the target for acquisition. It's not about COD, it's about mobile. We just said it's about mobile, but that doesn't mean that COD's irrelevant. Like COD is still a part of the deal, and they've openly said they want to put it on Switch, and they'll get it on Switch one way or another, whether it's via cloud or a native port on the new Switch. They're gonna get it on Switch, and the Switch owners will make up for the lost PlayStation owners. They'll make up for it. So, and in the long run, by burying PlayStation, it makes their position stronger later in the future. I say burying. Again, PlayStation will never be Sega. That's never going to happen.
That's a
worst
verb
case
now.
Oh, that's what the word. That as a former Sega fanboy, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Sega got Sega. They got taken out by Sony, among other factors. PlayStation will never get Sega. But there's a world where potentially they end up in third place, and they're not the market leader anymore.
Don't say that. People will get very cross.
Oh,
Well, they
boy.
would. Like, if Microsoft took COD away, you can't tell me that wouldn't have a significant impact.
Yeah,
Like-
it would. Why do you think they're making so much fuss about
That's
it?
exactly right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in the end, if COD became... If the second... So, it goes to court, FTC loses, no concessions, deal goes through in the US. And then Microsoft goes, what? No concessions? Hey! And all of a sudden, COD comes to Game Pass, and all of a sudden, COD disappears from PlayStation. You're telling me
Well,
that
they
is going to
can-
be this wave of
I
people
don't think
that
they
have-
would. They won't do. They won't take it because even after that, if they did it after the fact, the FTC could still come back in and like. So if they made a bunch of public facing statements saying it's going to do this, and then the second it went through, they went actually.
No, but I'm talking about if it goes to court.
even if it goes to court.
Doesn't that change things if it goes to court? I'm not talking about if it goes through the normal way. I'm
I
talking
don't
about if
know.
it goes
I'm
to
probably-
court.
I'm out of my depth on that. Point.
Yeah.
Like
I thought if it goes
I'm
to
not
court,
sure.
all gloves are off. All
Sure.
gloves come off if it goes
Sure,
to court.
but presumably, if Microsoft has publicly stated that this is an offer, it is an offer that they have publicly stated. Unless
Yes.
something supersedes it, and then all of a sudden that offer becomes off the table because
that's what I'm saying.
By the way, in the background, we meant through Game Pass. You know what I'm saying?
No. So
we miss that sort of
Microsoft now. It's come out now that Microsoft made the 10-year offer. If Sony has said that's still not good enough, and then it goes to court,
Yeah,
why do they still
Yeah.
have to honor the 10
Yeah.
years?
yeah,
I don't know.
that's true. Yeah,
It's
that
a good
that
question,
requires
that's what I'm
that
saying.
does require like more lawyers than
Yes,
we
that's
have
right.
on this podcast.
I was
think.
under the impression that if it's going to court, all gloves are off now.
Mhm.
That's the impression I was under. Again, I'd love to get Hogue on to talk about this, but don't know if Hogue will come on. But
I'll ping Hogue. I've spoken to Hogue before. I'll give it a go. He might like me.
Great
It might
dude.
be an Australian
Great dude.
thing. It
I
might
like-
be
I
like
like that.
I would love to get him on. I was under the impression that as soon as court gets involved, all gloves and all bets are off. That's what I thought. And in a world where all bets are off, I didn't think they'd have to honor shit. I just thought they can do whatever they want then if they win in court. That's what I thought. If I'm wrong,
I
I'm
don't-
wrong. That's a different
I
ballgame.
don't know.
I imagine that in that court proceeding, that the standing offers would also have some kind of conversation, and a decision would be made within that court frame as to what that would lead to. Right? If nothing is said about it, then it's still out there, and presumably it could still be agreed to or denied. Right? Or PlayStation themselves can go, well, that was unacceptable, like they've done with the others. But as long as they haven't said so, and Microsoft hasn't also publicly retracted it, it's still out there. Right. So I would imagine during the court proceedings, had they won, then it would be like, well, being that we have won, A, B, and C that existed are no longer existing, or we are amending our deal in this way or that. I'd
love to see them do something like that. I think it would be hilarious.
Yeah. And let me preface it by saying I am a lonely tech guy. I'm out of my depth when it comes to lawyery speak, but I lean heavily on those who have the brain for that stuff.
Yeah. Man. It would be funny as hell to see that happen. I would.
By the way, 10 years turned to 2.
It's almost like all the Microsoft lawyers, like, nah.
Be a prick. I said it. Be a prick. I've always said it all along. Just be a prick about it. But I don't know, man. I just want it to be over.
Yes.
More than anything. It gets worse. Like, the more embarrassing it gets and the more farcical it gets, it's just more draining. Like, it
is painful.
I'd rather that money goes to Sega and Capcom. I'd just rather that money goes to Sega and Capcom. I don't get anything out of Activision. Like, I'll get Call of Duty once in a while, but I didn't get Tony Hawk Remastered. I'm not into Crash, not into Spyro. They don't have the Marvel license anymore. Activision doesn't give me personally much.
You don't like Guitar Hero and all that?
But again, that's all gone.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing.
They did make mention. Yeah, I still have my plastic guitars. I love that thing. But
hold on, you haven't seen it so far, but look in the background.
Oh, I know. You and I have the same exact device.
DJ Hero.
I have the exclusive freaking Eminem and Jay-Z version, which is sitting back there. Yes. That's the same one, right? With the case and everything. Yes, I still have mine as well.
Love DJ Hero. Love Guitar Hero. I like all, but that's all in the past.
It's all in the past, yeah. See, the idea I think that excited Xbox fans is the idea that even when they were interviewing Phil, he was making old polls about I know all these IP that have lied dormant. Yeah. So it makes people hope that will then finally take like a studio like what's his name? What's the name of that studio that made one of the greatest X-Men Wolverine games known to man? Raven out of the salt mines that are known as Call of Duty. Bring them back to prominence. Let them make another game. Yes, I played that still. Unabashedly, one of the best Wolverine games ever made.
What a game!
Yeah,
and that's the thing. If this ABK thing was happening 10, 15 years ago, I'd be way more pumped for it because there's stuff like this, and there's stuff like Guitar Hero, and there's stuff like Deadpool. I've got Deadpool on PlayStation 3. Like, I like that Activision, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, amazing game. No. But Activision now is just Call of Duty. And I mean,
the plus to Game Pass though is a lot of their existing library that they have publishing rights for would then Tenshu and all those old games would automatically just show up in Game Pass. Boom, that's a huge library of old games that you can't make new versions of, but still there's the old versions. Maybe FPS boosted, things like that. Who knows?
And I was also told that there's plans for some more BC games if the deal goes through.
There we go. There we go.
Because it was on a rumor mill a while back.
The ones that were left were the good ones. So, please bring that back.
And look, I'm sure Microsoft wouldn't be opposed to digging a little bit in. Like, I think Microsoft would be remiss not to look at giving Tony Hawk another, another run around.
And that remake was amazing. Like, amazing. Yeah. Amazing. And how did they thank them? Salt mines of Call of Duty.
That's
Enjoy,
right.
boys.
Actually, weren't they? I thought they were Blizzard.
No. They were broken. Someone went to Blizzard. Yeah. And they became part of Blizzard or something. Yeah.
They went to Blizzard. So I'd like to think that Microsoft will at least give the more prominent IPs another go around, like Crash, like Tony Hawk, and a couple of others.
Prototype and a few other things. Yeah.
See, that's the stuff that I think you're less likely. I'm not saying impossible, but I just think that's the stuff you're less likely to get should this deal go through.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd get something like that because that could be us Marvel zombies have been lamenting the fact that, come on, Microsoft, get us a nice superhero IP. Even if it's not Marvel, DC is ripe for invention.
Yeah.
Prototype is kind of their superhero game. They could have
sure.
in today's world, someone could do great things with Prototype. So we shall see.
I'll stick to Crackdown. I'll stick to Crackdown.
Crackdown 1.
See, I liked 3. And I like 2. I like all 3 games for what they are.
See, I liked 3, but 3 was billed as a AAA huge thing, and it wasn't. That's what let it down for me. I liked 3, but I loved 1. I played so much of 1, it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
But they didn't come at you with this is the next big thing. It was a, hey, here's a packing game for Halo. You know what I mean?
Well, no. Well, I was about to say, buy the Halo 3 beta, get Crackdown for free.
Yeah, here's a packet, and then you were blown away. But if you give me Terry Crews and you say AAA banger, I expect more. Sorry.
Yeah. Like they dropped
I still loved it.
They dropped.
I still loved it.
You know they dropped the ball, bro. Even if you loved it, you know they dropped
the game itself. Context aside, was fun for what it was.
Yeah,
but they threw it in AAA banger clothes that it didn't fit.
Now, for me,
I think
the
whole
dropping of the ball was
the
the distraction. The distraction was the dropping of the ball. Like that demo that Destin Legary had, where they were getting the gun and they were cutting out a hole out of the wall. I was like, oh, how cool is
the context
that?
of that was kind of funky. Didn't the what is it, Cloud Gin? That was the name of the tech. Cloud Gin was bought by Epic, and as such, like basically removed from the project because of that. And of course, whether the context is there or not, it just really like screwed the game up and
Cloud Gin is David Jones's company, the original creator of Crackdown.
Yep. And then he basically left with the project.
GTA.
Yep. Wow. Yeah.
That's why I loved Crackdown so much. It was like a more fun version of Grand Theft Auto 3 for me. Like a superhero, more fun version of Grand Theft Auto 3.
And an odd aside, like at the time it came out, Crackdown had a protagonist that kind of looked like me. And that was very rare at the time. I loved that game. Like it was so amazing. It was amazing. It still to this day holds up. I still play 1 over 3 sometimes. Great. It's great. It is.
Especially
Crackdown 1 with all of the chain reaction physics with all the explosive stuff, and you used to be able to pin all the bodies to the car.
Do all the crazy things.
I think my record was something like 8 or 9 pedestrians, like it was like a hook gun where you harpooned them.
Yes,
you
the harpoon gun.
And you drive around the car with like 8 pedestrians.
There's an achievement for like booting a person like a certain number of meters. And so good.
It was a great game. See, I think the unfortunate thing that happened to Crackdown is that context that happened with 3. So they'll never go back to it. That is a perfect like Game Pass, another bite of the apple game. Give it to a team that's, properly budgeted, not too big, not too small, properly budgeted, and just let them do another. I would run around grabbing orbs for days.
Don't forget, Sumo was handed this Frankenstein's monster of a thing. It's all like Sumo wasn't there from the start.
Yeah, they did a great job on
after. And Sumo's a fantastic developer. Like they're a legitimately good developer. It's anyway. Crackdown tangent.
No, it's always fun for a Crackdown tangent. We're always game for one of those. But yeah, look, I mean that's the gist, right? That's the Activision saga. It's going to go on for a while. We know it. This time next year, hopefully it'll all be done and dusted, and we will be talking
these
about
timestamps.
And this episode will still be going.
Yeah,
we've got like 15 or 16 questions or something.
Do you know what's funny as well is that for the first time ever, like I've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes. I'm like, I really need to pee. I might have to take my first on air. I'm going, and I need to I'm like the leg has been jiggling. I'm like sitting there like, shut up about the
happens, man. It happens.
Have we got any more topics to cover, or is ABK?
No.
That's it.
No.
That's it. Okay.
Let me pee.
Okay.
Okay. Well, on that note, then, Nick is you're going to do while I'm urinating. You are going to do the big thank you to our patrons and how wonderful they are, and talk a little bit about Control some more. Yeah, you are.
Aren't we doing name a game first?
No, we'll thank the patrons first, and then we'll do name.
No, see, the Patreons are after Name a Game. Name a Game has got its own thing that's not control, so we don't.
That's right.
Them.
Well, I was trying to give you something.
But Name a Game has a video intro, so you
stuff to do for Name a Game.
All right, you guys do that. I'm going to pee.
You can quick. Let me know when you're playing the video, Jesse.
Imagine if this man remembered that we've got a sponsor for Name a Game. My goodness. Thank the other sponsor, not the one for Name a Game. All right, playing the video.
Yeah. You're playing it now?
One. Oh, look at that. It's like magic. What back? Magic? It's like nobody knew. Yeah, I got you right at the tail end.
I'm like, man, I was hoping to get that done so much faster.
I waited till it was pretty much done to swap over, because otherwise everyone would have seen your boobs.
Oh god, that was funny.
Look at that thing on the right side of the screen.
So what was seen? Did I start after the video started?
Yes, a little bit.
Oh god. Okay. So is John back? Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm back.
So look, anyone who watches this show will know that I'm quite an avid reader, and I love to read. And I was reading today's newspaper. People still read newspapers, don't they, John?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, funnily enough.
Yeah. I was reading the paper today.
Right? I was reading mine.
Yeah.
Okay, you're hitting the mic.
You were reading the same paper as well?
Weirdly, I got the same articles about my balls.
So did I. Look at that. I was reading the paper, and apparently Manscaped are having a Black Friday sale.
They are. Do you know what I heard?
What? What'd you hear?
Well, you know, XboxEra.
Yep.
Well, I heard that you can get some cash off if you use that name with Manscaped.
You can. That's right.
What? It's true?
You get 20% off and free shipping if you go to Manscaped. God.
And I have to admit,
yep,
Nick, this is rare, and Kay, you'll have to forgive us, man. I know you're here as a guest, but I know we haven't known each other long, but I want to talk about my balls.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. Don't hit the microphone, or I'm muting you, Nick.
Hey, this is the thing.
I'm not hitting it.
We're modern 21st century guys, right? We like to keep things trim, and I have to admit, I'm super impressed with my Manscaped products. You know, it's early days, but I'm feeling pretty sleek. Just gonna say it.
Cool. Look.
Yeah.
That's the lawnmower.
I've owned a lot of trimmers, and these are really good. I was like chucking out the old ones. Yeah. So. Yeah,
and this is going to seem really nerdy, but my favorite thing about it was the fact that it's USB-C to charge it. That's like the best part about it.
And it's got a little charging base.
Yeah, look, see? The charging
base.
Good work. It's actually
good work, Manscaped. Good work. So,
and I don't know if I meant to say this. We'll find out after the show. But I used it the way they said not to use it, and I didn't put the guard on, and still went, and it didn't cut the shit out of me.
Impressive.
Pretty good ad for the Lawnmower 4.0.
My balls survived, even without the guard.
Funnily enough, in their talking points, it literally says to not talk about this. I'm not even making that up. Yeah.
Okay. Then
use it correctly, everyone. Use the guard.
Use the guard.
But it worked great for me, even without it. That was the best. That was my favorite thing.
I don't know how to shut the fuck up.
Jesse, you've got a mute button for Nick, right?
Unfortunately, he's logged in too, so he can just unmute himself.
Okay.
He's got too much power.
Anyway, Manscaped. Surprisingly,
they've got their Black Friday sale on at the moment.
They are the sponsors of Name a Game.
Yes, it's the Manscaped Name a Game. They've got there's a light on this. It's pretty cool. Look, there's a light.
I know.
How cool is that?
It's very nifty.
Yeah. I could do it in the dark. I wouldn't do it in the dark, but I could do it in the dark. I'm not going to do that in the dark. I swear. I won't do it.
To the folks at Manscaped watching, we'll get better at this. We promise.
Yeah.
Anyway, name a game.
We kill it with them.
Name a game. Kay, are you the quizmaster on this time around? Is this?
I have been asked to be the quizmaster, and hilarity will ensue. Yes, absolutely, sure.
So I threw those together before the show. What do you think about them, Kay?
I think, as usual, you are a man of multiple skills, man. Because I don't know how you come up with them, but they are absolutely perfect. This is great.
All right. Okay. I'm braced.
What's the topic?
Yeah.
So let's see. I guess the topic here, of course, there are 10 questions. This will be Activision Blizzard titles.
Oh crap!
Oh God, really?
You know I was going for that.
Okay.
Obviously, more Activision because they've had way more games.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Please tell them.
So just so I understand, the rules would be you call your name before you.
It's a stupid rule, but it's the rule.
Yes, the buzzer is until we get actual buzzers, and
maybe we're never going to get. We're never going to get. So just
why not?
Because they're expensive.
But isn't that the point of like Patreon and all these things?
Everything about our productions would be so much better if I could have a Go XLR.
To make the show better. It's an investment in the show, but it's not personal. What do I want a buzzer for?
I could place. If I play something, you guys hear it every time. It all just works.
Yeah, that's right. I bought a pipe. I remember I bought a pipe and I used to wear a robe. Like
what?
It's an investment in the show.
Questions?
Doesn't ask questions anymore, so I don't need the pipe.
I know. I miss those days.
I bought that pipe. Anyway.
All right, question 1, Mr. Asante.
Yes.
So question 1.
Yep.
Oh boy. The Adrift Marauders.
An Activision Blizzard game. The Adrift.
Marauders.
The Adrift Marauders.
So the is part of the name, yeah? The is part of the name?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to say that, right? Yes or no?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. The is part of the chart. So I guess you're trying to decipher Adrift Marauders.
Yeah, Marauders.
The Adrift Marauders. Well, okay, what's another...
Adrift, they're floating. They're adrift. They're out to sea. They're...
Keep going. You're on a path.
Activision Blizzard. The Adrift Marauders.
Oh, man, this is a really tough one. Marauders.
Are we going to get buzzed out now? Are we going to get buzzed out?
No, hang on. Let's give us some time.
I mean, can I give you some some tangential hints there? I would focus on Marauders first. That might help.
Yeah, Marauder.
Wait. No, was the game I've got in my head, wasn't that a Sega game?
How about you say the name of the game and we'll tell you.
The Lost Vikings.
Ding, ding,
John.
Ding.
Hang on, he didn't say.
Wasn't that a Sega
John,
game?
the Last Vikings.
Wasn't that a Sega game?
It's under the list on Wikipedia of Blizzard games. Also, it was just came out in that Blizzard collection. It was part of it.
Yeah,
nice.
They probably published it.
Even though Nick didn't follow his own rule,
You're magnanimous enough to let him get the point.
Yeah, of course. I won't steal the point.
But I thought Lost Vikings was a Sega game. Or am I thinking of another Vikings game that was a Sega game?
It was made before they were Blizzard.
Brit in the chat. Last Vikings is a puzzle platform game developed by Silicon and Synapse, now known as Blizzard Entertainment, and published by Interplay.
I must be thinking of another game.
I didn't know the game. But yeah, Nick,
I have still let you have points when you didn't buzz. Thank you very much in past shows. Okay.
So, question 2. Question 2. This one's fun.
Okay.
Mock-up.
Sorry?
What was that?
Mock-up. That's the word.
One word.
Mock-up. Mock-up. One word.
MOCK-UP.
Mock-up.
Yes, to mock up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but that's the weird part. I know exactly what a mock-up is, and I'm like, a game? That's mock-up?
Keep going. Activision Blizzard game.
Mock-up.
What the fudge?
This is like a mock-up. If you do a mock-up of something, you're doing like a pretend thing of something.
Oh, this is good. I love this one. This is really good.
Mock-up.
Oh my God, Nick.
Nick.
Prototype.
There you go, good sir. Yes.
I was just talking about it.
Really good. That's a
I like
great
that
one. Well played.
We're just talking about it.
Oh man.
Wow. Okay, number 3.
Yeah.
Miracle.
This is for the win for me, isn't it?
Yeah. This will
This
be
is
the
for the
win
win,
for you.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've known half the games. I knew Prototype, but yeah, go figure.
Number 3. Miracle. Furthest collaboration. It's so good. Like, how do you come up with these? This is so good.
Miracle.
Yeah. And you're just lost when you don't know
They
it.
work.
But when you do, you're just like, man, that works. That's so
Furthest
good.
collaboration.
Yep.
What?
Miracle. I need to get this, and I am
Yes, you do.
drawing a blank.
Can I hint? Am I allowed to hint?
You're the
Extremely
quizmaster.
light.
That's up
Very
to
light
Jesse.
hint. It's like the one before it. That came just before this one.
Miracle.
Furthest collaboration.
Furthest collaboration.
So it's far away.
The real thing is just understanding what the synonyms for miracle are, which is
Yeah.
always kind of hard.
I know.
But I do think that the other words kind of fill in some context if you
It
kinda,
must. It has to.
Yeah,
Furthest
it's really good.
collaboration.
Miracle.
I reckon I'm
You
going to
get
get
10,
so pissed
10
off
seconds,
with myself.
and then we're going to the next one.
I reckon I'm going to get so
No,
pissed off
come
with
on.
myself when I get this one.
We got 7 more to go through.
Miracle. Well, we don't have to go through them. You can say
Yes, we do. You make me do 10.
Oh.
We're going through 10.
Oh, I've just. I know the first word.
10
but
seconds
I
is
don't know,
over. 10
I don't
seconds
know
is
the
over.
second part.
I got yelled at for it. I'm not doing 10 seconds. Unless Nick's about
It's
to go.
killing me. I don't know
Oh, I
the
thought
game.
we said we were going to put it on
I
timer.
don't know the game, and if I say it, he'll know.
And that way we use more of the 10 that you've made. That's the whole point of making the 10. If we miss some like this one,
5,
then we go on to the next
4,
one.
3, 2.
I don't know it.
What?
I
what
will
comes after
say
2?
you should have
Can I
gotten
say?
the yes.
John Marvel is the first.
Yes. Miracle, Marvel, the Disney Plus show
Oh,
even
Ultimate
told you.
Alliance.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So good. It was so good.
Word. I was trying to think like.
So nobody
what's
watched
the
Miss
second
Marvel?
Words?
That's what they called her, a miracle, Marvel. All right, number 4.
All right, the next one's cheating and real tough. So enjoy.
Yeah.
Cheating. Why is it
Divine
cheating?
Retribution, Hidden Murderers.
It is not a synonym for the first. The first thing is one word, but it's a translation of a word.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
But
Divine.
the second
What is
part,
it again? Divine what?
Can we have it on
Divine
the screen?
Retribution, Hidden Murderers. But that second part might help you with the first.
Yeah.
Remember, these are published or developed. It doesn't have to be.
Yep.
booked.
Activision, and again, as with the number 2 and number 3, that is a good hint.
What that means
Oh,
nothing to me.
yeah, it is. Trust me. As soon as you either get it or don't get it, you'll understand what I'm saying.
Divine Retribution, Hidden.
Divine. And divine
Hidden.
retribution's one word.
If
One
you
word.
guess, are you locked out?
Yes. Hidden what? Hidden
Murderers. Hidden Murderers.
You know what's annoying? I think I know what it is, but I don't know the second 2 words. I can't remember the second 2 words of this game. I only know the first word, and I don't want to lock myself out till I try and remember it.
I think I'm along the same lines
Yeah,
of you, and because I'm already going to lose, I'm going to just take a stab at it because I can't think of anything else.
Hey, John. Say John.
Sekiro,
Yeah.
Shadows Die Twice.
Oh, that's what
There you
I
go.
thought it was too.
And-
That's
and
what I
like-
thought it was.
Like the number 3 and number 2, we've already talked about this game. And it is Tenshu, Stealth Assassins. Hidden
The word
Murderers.
tension is divine retribution.
Yes. We've already talked about it.
Oh God, I'm
meant.
still in this, and there's 6.
Yeah.
I thought it was Sekiro as well, and I'm like, what's the subtitle after Sekiro? I couldn't remember what it was.
He said translation, and I'm like, Sekiro's
Yes,
got to mean
so I'm like
divine.
Sekiro, and I'm like, oh, Sekiro. What's the other two of Sekiro? I'm like, I don't want to ruin it for myself by saying it. I don't know what the second words are.
So number 5. This might help you, John. I think you both will get this rather quickly. I think.
Okay.
Number 5, Devil Eternal.
John, Diablo.
Yes, John. Diablo.
It's Diablo Forever. I don't know.
What?
Devil
What's just come out?
Eternal.
But hold on,
2 words.
Nick,
It's a
Devil.
two-word game.
Diablo
Eternal.
Immortal.
Thank
Nick
you.
wins. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. There you go. He's got it.
I like to thank Manscaped.
These are so
winning
good.
this.
We should do the others too.
For winning.
There's no-
Yeah, we
We
always
always
do.
do.
I'd like to thank Manscaped. If you'd like this same award that I got, use the code XboxEra for 20% off and free shipping. All on their Black Friday sale.
Oh God.
See, I put on the
next one.
t-shirt and it helped me win.
Cheating.
All right,
You're
so
allowed to do
let's
that.
see.
Did anyone see me take the t-shirt off?
No.
You were just getting it on when I came back.
Come on, see, you ruined the movie magic. It just kind of bling happened. What are you talking about? All right, so the next
Use
one.
the guard. Yes, Britt, thank
please,
you.
go ahead.
Always use the guard when using
else?
the lawnmower. Don't be stupid like me.
He didn't do that. He used the guard. Shut up, idiot. Okay, next one.
Anthony Bird, Subterranean? Yes, Anthony Bird, Subterranean.
I mean,
Nick.
that should be pretty. Yeah, Nick.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
Nope.
So, John, Tony Hawk's Underground.
There
Correct.
You go. There you go.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, so-
number 7,
Okay.
One-Armed Wolf, Shades Parish Doubly.
What?
Come on now. Even the cadence of the way it comes together tells you what this is.
What was the last part after One-Armed Wolf?
Shades Parish.
Nick.
Doubly.
Nick.
Yes.
Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice.
Shades Parish Doubly.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is great. This is the best show on the internet.
Yeah. I
Why
love
am I
it.
calling in life? If only I could actually.
Number 8, Fiddle Phenom.
What?
I love this game. This is great. The whole thing should just be this game.
I know, tell me about it.
It's so good. Fiddle Phenom.
Phenom.
Yes.
Fiddle Phenom.
Uh-huh. And I am free to give the hints because Nick already won.
Yeah, it's
This,
over anyway.
like 1 and 2, has already been talked about.
Oh, for God's sake.
Anyone?
I'm looking at like my X-Men Origins.
I feel like
I'm
I should go,
wait, that's not Fiddle Phenom. Oh my God, one second.
We do have music playing. We have the
The
we
Wii
have
Shop channel music.
Wii Shop music.
Oh,
on.
awesome. Good.
See, if I had to go XLR, you guys could hear it.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
God damn it, John. And you hate our audience.
Fiddle.
You know what? I found a way of getting my audience to hear that stuff through software. We should talk.
Yeah, no, I know. It's the friggin' Christ. I've got a voice meter. You can do it that way.
Fiddle. That's another word for fiddle. Are you Googling like synonyms right now?
No, God, no.
Phenom.
Okay. Fiddle.
I don't know.
When you're
I
a
It's not so
phenom,
much a
you're what?
synonym. It's not
What-
so
what
much a
happens
synonym
when
on
you're
the
a
first
phenom?
one.
A phenom is a smell, right?
No, it's not.
No?
Phenom?
Oh,
It's not. A phenom, a phenomenon. A
Yeah,
phenomenon.
keep going.
A
Keep
phenom.
going.
Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking
Phenom,
pheromone for some
phenomenon.
That's what they used to call Goldberg. The man,
And look,
the
the-
phenom. Goldberg.
The first word doesn't have any synonyms, so it's just like another thing in its family. That's the problem with a lot of these. Is there's not direct synonyms for. A lot
Oh
of
my
video
God,
game
Nick.
words. Yeah.
Guitar Hero.
Nick. There you go. We have talked about this already.
You know,
This is
and see,
ridiculous.
this is the Australian in me that knows proper English. When I was, and John would have been in the same boat. Both John and I, when we heard fiddle, we weren't thinking of the fiddle that you play. we were thinking of like fiddling when you fiddle with something.
Yeah.
I know
wasn't
that's
thinking
part of the
originally.
difficulty.
So I'm like, fiddle, and I didn't even think fiddle as in fiddle and a violin and a cello, whatever. Bloody Americans.
I know the English language. That's what makes it difficult.
Okay.
All right.
Number 9.
Yes.
Gorilla of Wealth.
Guerrilla. Not gorilla, but guerrilla.
Gorilla of Wealth.
Guerrilla.
Which is yes. I was gonna say something, but that would have given that away. But yes, Gorilla of Wealth.
Man, I don't know many Activision Blizzard games.
This is one of the more famous ones, made by one of Nick's favorite developers.
I actually played this way younger than I should have, and I loved it. Oh boy.
Look, this is a game known.
John.
Yes.
That's John.
It's Soldier of Fortune.
Ding, that's the one.
Oh yeah. Did Activision do Soldier of Fortune?
Yeah, they published it, made by Raven.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it used to be able to blow people's legs
Raven made
off.
it. Yeah, you shoot people's arm. There was so much controversy around that game when it came out.
Yeah.
My God.
I was
They
far
wanted
too
to
young to
ban
play
it.
that game. I loved the hell out of it.
Oh, I loved it. It was so good.
And let me just say, the next one's bad on purpose.
Oh yeah, very bad and hilarious. Peace.
P-I-E-C-E.
Yes, a piece. Yes.
Peace.
One word game.
Peace.
One word.
Published by Activision.
Yep.
Peace.
Yep.
P-I.
Like a piece of cake. Piece.
Like a piece.
Like
a piece of cake.
He's packing a piece. It's going to be a reference to a gun, surely.
It's one word, man. It's one word.
Oh,
Nick.
Gun.
Nick. No, I said Nick first.
Yes,
Oh,
Nick.
come on. I literally said gun.
Gun.
That's what I'm like. What the hell, man?
It's going to be a reference to what?
So
It
funny.
literally is.
I was about to go. John just went and grabbed
And
his a
see-
few minutes ago.
I'd already lost. It's fine. Oh, man.
All right. And
Man,
that's it.
what a game. That's
Name a game.
amazing.
That's
Thank
Yeah, I
you,
love
everyone.
it. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And that was proudly brought to you by Manscaped.
Yeah.
Name
The
a
last
game.
one was an apt end.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well done, Quizmaster.
Was.
You served us well
Yes.
in the quizzing. We
Last week-
definitely got that.
Last week was very funny having Bartek doing it because of his accent.
Yeah, that's
Which
right.
made it-
And me, I used a lot of weird words on purpose to really.
He had a good
was
time. I
good.
think he was having
It was
a good
good.
laugh at our
Yeah,
expense.
I
mostly.
messaged Kay this morning, like last minute. I'm like, do you reckon you'd be all right to be the Quizmaster? It's like, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, of
Good
course.
man,
So thank
Kay.
you very much for doing that.
Stepped up.
Oh no, this
We
is great.
appreciate it.
This is great. I'm loving this game as much as you guys are. You should never change it. It should be more elaborate. It's awesome.
It's
really
ridiculous.
isn't
So
it?
I've been adding everything I can to it. It's a lot of fun.
It's good.
good. It's great. Yeah.
I should have done it while reading my newspaper.
Yeah, hitting the microphone
Shouldn't I?
with it and saying you're not.
I didn't.
You guys.
Once
you
you're
guys should
doing-
see some of
once
the
you're doing
mad
the sound-
writing. I'm sorry.
Once
go ahead.
he's doing the friggin' timestamps, he's gonna be like, "Oh, I was hitting it."
And I thought I was consciously not hitting it.
You thought wrong.
I'll take
Alright.
your word for it.
Next segment.
Oh yeah. Hey, patrons, you're all wonderful people. But before we talk about how wonderful you are, the people that are watching, please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It's most appreciated. But yes, XboxEra is supported by our Patreon. You guys are fantastic. You enable all of the crazy elaborate stuff like Name a Game and everything else. And if you want to support Patreon, you can do so by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra. Alternatively, you can also become wonderful by becoming a YouTube member. Where in the new year we'll be planning to offer extra podcasts, including movie podcasts, which we're going to somehow find the time to do that, right?
I mean, once a month if you guys can't.
Yeah, we could do it once a month.
Oh,
And
once
my
a
wife
month.
has an idea. Yeah,
Yeah.
because we're gonna have multiple
And
things.
it
Like,
does. It does.
well,
is it,
it
gonna be
doesn't have to
live?
be super. No, what it could be, and we just leave it unlisted, and then people on the Patreon get a link to the unlisted video,
Yeah,
and people on. We put up a post here. We've got other ideas. A Game Pass focused podcast that could be like twice a month.
Friends
We're all playing
podcast.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Hey, Kate, do
No.
you like Friends?
I've had a moment with friends. My moment has passed with friends, but I've had a moment with friends.
Okay.
Not a
gonna say
bad
mine is
moment,
a-
mind you. But
smells like a no to me.
No. Like there was a time where it was all friends all the time, and then you max out on friends, and other things happen. But there was a time when I maxed out on friends, like for a long time. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that. That's more positive about the old
There's
friends.
a gorilla shaving another gorilla.
How lovely! How quaint! How quaint! Oh my God! What's happened? What's happened to us?
Not a gorilla.
He's not using the guard.
Oh God!
Step away from the guard.
He can't be helped. But anyway, as a perk for being on the Patreon, you get to ask us community questions, which this week we have in abundance because we didn't do any last week because of the the studio.
We said nice and early in the week that we're going to have Bart on from Plot Twist Games. So I'm thinking we're going to be bombarded with questions about Benedict Fox and about their studio.
But no, only the acquisition.
Yeah, there was like one from Top that was about game development and his opinion on it, and that was it. I'm like, are you guys for real right now? Come on.
Nick was very disappointed in you, patrons.
Benedict Fox is one of the most anticipated Xbox games next year, and no one wanted to ask a question about it? Really? So we said, you know what? We'll carry these questions over to this week.
Yeah.
What are we starting with, last week or this week?
Whatever. I'll just start with this week. We'll try and burn
I need to know for what I show.
I'll start with the this week ones. Because we're at already over 3 hours. Or just on 3 hours. Okay, Hytham G. I suppose you gents did your Black Friday shopping and getting Christmas gifts for your family and making sure you gents are on nice list and not the naughty list. As far as you guys wouldn't be given a coal as your gift, and he appreciates you if you give him milk and cookies. Your Christmas plans, gent? P.S. Next month, I'm going to marathon Christmas movies, and would you gents invite Masahiro Sakurai just like you invite Bartok and Joe to your show, your guys' take?
None of us speak Japanese, so that'd be really tough.
Yeah, that'd be a tough call.
It would be so... Having Sakurai on would be so awkward and also hilarious. I did Black Friday shopping. I got this microphone as a Black Friday deal, like this very mic right here. That was my Black Friday shopping so far.
Wow.
I got Sennheiser. No one cares what you got. I got Sennheiser headphones so that I can produce and do reviews better. Just kidding, John. Your kids care. Go ahead.
No, I didn't get anything. They don't deserve it. I don't deserve it.
Wow.
So no presents.
You already got your giant Halo wall. You're fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
The problem was the thing is it was also my son's birthday around now, so we had to buy him stuff. So he got like these awesome. Did you guys in the US and the UK get the Puma Pokemon shoes?
Not that I saw.
Tell me they're not Australian exclusive.
Not that I saw.
Tell me they're not an Australian exclusive.
No idea. I wouldn't buy them.
There's these amazing Puma Pokemon runners in Australia. And my son got the Squirtle ones, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
It's Charmander, Charmander,
Yeah,
Squirtle.
you see them. Foot Locker, a few other places. You can do that.
Okay, so you guys can get them. So my son got those. He got a bunch of... So that's the thing. Our Christmas shopping sort of starts now. Post son's birthday. Because we have a lot of... My son and my brother's kids and my cousin's kids, they all have their birthdays in a string from like late October right through to Christmas. So we're dealing with all that shopping as well as the Christmas shopping. It's very annoying.
Yeah, real quick, my Black Friday, I didn't get anything, but for my wife, it happened to be our 10-year anniversary this year.
Oh wow!
So I got her yes, thank you. I got her an M1 iMac because she's a photographer, and picture correct stabilization. She just lost.
Oh, I understand. My wife just got a Mac Studio.
There you go. I'm basically paying into my future ridiculous purchases by buying her a nice machine.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
Indeed.
Yes.
It's an investment for the sorry honey later.
I got the what is it? Mine's the M1 Max MacBook Pro, and she's got the M1 Ultra Mac Studio. It's very nice.
Tell a lie. I did get myself something, but I didn't really think about it because it was just like, I'll get this because I need to get one.
I got myself a second Series X.
Nice.
What? Why?
Because I got fed up. Like, if I want to capture footage at 4K, I don't play in here. You know, like I typically play out on the 86-inch in the family room. But I was like, I like to have one in here for capturing footage in here and actually getting raw footage as opposed to using DVR. I was, and it was just really, really annoying me. So I saw one was available.
It's one cable.
Yeah, I know. It's 2 cables. But yes, I just swapped them over. So
and they can get like $7,000 on Macintosh. Who cares?
Yeah, like it's one. My kids have got a Series S upstairs. I've got this one in here, and now I've got one in my lounge. So
do you know I'm very, very stubborn, and I refuse to buy a capture card to record on the Xbox. I'm just very stubborn. I am on the school of camp that this dang thing should be able to capture appropriately, and if I have to do that, I'll just play the game on PC where I can just hit record. I'm not buying a capture card.
4K recording has been okay. Like as long as you plug in a USB, but we like to get the really high quality.
The HDR stuff is terrible on that thing.
HDR is terrible.
It's horrible. On PC, you never have to worry about it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I'm on Jason Ronald follows me. I follow him. I'm always peppering him. Please, come on now. Fix this. You know you can.
I reckon everyone peppers him about that.
You know, you bought Clipchamp. I'm using it. How about you tie it to the Xbox? Please, just do something.
The biggest issue that we've had is you can't get VRR through a capture card.
Yeah, it can't be done right now. Yeah, it can't be done.
There's only one card that does it, but it only does it at like 1080, which is your external.
Yeah, you can't do 4K and over 120, not even 144, 120.
You can do 1440, 120, but you can't do
4K full 120. Yeah. Technology's not there yet.
That was all question one.
Big enough. It's not a big enough market for them to really invest in figuring all that out.
Yep.
No, I don't think so.
That was all question one.
All right, go.
Hang on, wait. What was the Christmas movie one? Were we asked for Christmas movies?
Oh. Yeah.
No, he said, "What's our plans for Christmas?"
Oh, okay.
What's our plans for? I mean,
it's Christmas.
No, yeah.
My plans for Christmas is to sleep all day because that ends up being my birthday, the worst day of the year. Thank you very much.
Really? Oh, wow. Your birthday's on Christmas Day.
It's on Christmas Day.
Yes. Here's your TV for your birthday. Here's the remote control for Christmas.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
No. You should draw a line in the sand, man. And be like, two presents, right? 2 presents of different types,
of different origins. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that happens to everyone. Every half a birthday, you have a half a birthday party, which is your full-on birthday party, right in the middle of the year.
That would work. Yeah, unfortunately, that was never in the cards for me. But of course, as things do, the next generation always does it better. My daughter's birthday is on New Year's Eve, so she always gets multiple presents. And hey, it's a party. So there you go.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, after Christmas is okay. Yeah. See, my son's is right at the end of November, so it's just far away enough from Christmas where he gets his birthday presents, and then a month later gets all the Christmas presents. So
my kids are the 28th and the 29th of November, so they're 1 month.
One day after each other.
Yep, 4 years and 1 day.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's right next to my son's birthday.
How did you do that? You got to tell me your timing was. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing, sir.
Mistakes were made.
Come on now. That's not a mistake. That's a plan.
Definitely the moral of the story of this podcast is don't have kids.
Don't have kids.
Okay.
Don't have Nick as a dad.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, I'm a great dad. You know, I play against these kids that play Rocket League because they're freaks at Rocket League, even as like 13-year-olds. And the other night I was playing against this guy who turns out he was 16 years old. And he goes, "How old are you?" I go, "I'm 42. He goes, "Man, I wish I had a dad that played Rocket League with me." It's like, me too. I wish I had a dad that played Rocket League with me too.
Question 2.
Question number 2.
Jesse, ushering things along here.
Okay.
Question 2.
99 Rukin. Hello, XboxEra. I hope you guys are having a great day. My question is, with NVIDIA Microsoft partnership to create AI, could that be another reason they want Activision? Maybe they could use that technology to create the metaverse, which Microsoft's talked about before. They could create an Xbox Home like Sony had during the PS3 days and use our Xbox avatars. Anyway, I would like to hear your opinion on this, even if that's not the case. P.S. I hope they call the AI Skynet. The NVIDIA
Phil
thing,
hates the metaverse.
Yeah.
Does
I
he?
don't think Phil's a fan. Yeah,
He's mentioned
like,
it.
he says it's a bad video
metaverse.
game.
Yeah, it's just bad video games.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
And everybody that's talking about the metaverse needs to go read Snow Crash. And as soon as they do, they will stop talking about the metaverse the way it is. Like, that is the metaverse. Stop the BS. And by the way, if you want a metaverse, go play Fortnite. That's the metaverse. There you go.
Yeah,
much.
that is an example of a successful metaverse. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the nVidia deal's an interesting one because obviously it has nothing to do with video games because they partner with AMD on Xbox. So it's clearly just an independent AI project. But for what? To what end? I'm curious.
Yeah. I mean, on the tech side, I can tell you that these days the GPUs are far more performant and overhead as far as complex computations than CPUs are. So if Microsoft is trying to solve big data problems, you need a good GPU vendor. Who better than nVidia, who literally like steps on AMD at all times possible?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what it turns into.
Yeah, no, that's like, did they explain it when they announced the deal? Did they explain their intentions with the project? Because I don't recall that if they did.
Yeah, I didn't see the full details of where they were. It's a lot of the PR speak of exciting times ahead and all that. But
I just remember them saying they want to build an AI supercomputer or something like that, and that was it. Yeah, it's not going to be for games, obviously, because they partner with AMD on Xbox, so it's clearly not game related. Okay. Good old Collingwood. Happy 21st birthday and a week to the Xbox. Jon, Nick, and Jesse. How's the book going, Jon? And welcome Hi K Asante. It's also the second anniversary and a week of the launch of the Series S and X. After 2 years and a week, how do you think the series consoles are doing? Have they lived up to the promises, or were we left wanting? I'm meaning the hardware and the software and not about the games themselves. Good old Collingwood. For me, they've been great. I've said openly that I'm all about. I like the idea of last gen getting boosted with new hardware. I like that we live in a world now where that happens with our consoles. So, for me, it's been great. There's more games to play than we have time to play them. So I don't understand the whinging about games personally.
And try and go back to last gen and deal with those loading times, and you will go, oh wow, yes. We are real spoiled.
We are blessed.
Yes, we're very spoiled.
Yeah.
I've been more than happy. And it's funny, it's funny this question popped up because I was thinking to myself yesterday how even the Xbox dashboard feels weirdly smoother than it's ever felt for me.
Really?
Yeah, they've done a lot of optimizations. It's gone through a lot of revisions.
Yeah.
I'm on the side of I wish it looked newer because we're kind of getting used to that same UI for a while now.
Yeah.
But they found what works and it works for them and it's smooth and you're right. It's getting much smoother every time they revise it.
Even for me, and no one complains about the Xbox dash more than me.
You know, even the craziest thing is that the Xbox PC app is really fast.
It's getting better all the time. Yeah.
It's super stable for me. Like I've had zero issues with it. The game services app still sucks ass, but the actual PC app, it's speed and it's getting through and everything. The search function, fantastic.
Have you seen on the Xbox Dash all the icons are slightly tweaked? Have you seen them? They've just been rounded off.
Yep. They're cleaning them up
more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all the icons, all of them.
Yep.
It's been
the only piece of like to the question that was being asked, the only bit of I call it righteous smoke that I will offer is, as a tech guy on paper, I know what those specs are. I know what they look like. They're exciting. But just like when they had to release the Surface to show you what Windows could do, it was up to them to release something to show you what the Series S can do. And until they do that, I can tell you wholeheartedly how powerful that CPU is, how well spec'd that GPU is. There's nothing to point to.
What game do you think is going to be the game that does it for you, Kay?
Gears 5. Oh, sorry.
No, there you go. A studio that is solely focused on optimization, that is mastercraft. It has to be Coalition. Like
probably
my first thought was Hivebuster should have been a Miles Morales like standalone release. So even if you don't even hit the mark anytime after that, anytime anybody talks some smack about the Series S, you show them this wonder that is something that can run on there, and that would have closed the argument and have given people something to see. You know, it took them a while to get to Surface because they were tired. And I used to work for Hewlett Packard. They were tired of HP, releasing crap and then saying, well, Windows sucks. so they showed you how it's done. They should have done the same here.
Even though it's a lost leader, the service hardware division has done an amazing job, I think.
There are a few games I would point to. I would point to Fortnite and Warzone and things that you can run up to 120.
Yeah.
And that get you a solid 60, and kids are getting, they don't have to pay for the online. They just get that. They could jump in. Even freaking Roblox runs pretty darn good on a Series S. So for like the people you need to impress, the mass market, the free-to-play stuff has very good versions on that hardware.
I'd argue Halo is a pretty good show for the S.
And even the full-on 60 FPS in the campaign. It's real good.
To answer the second question, funnily enough, Pre-Drag and I were discussing where we are. There has been a suggestion floated that we're hoping to be able to release the digital version of the book within the next 2 weeks. And we're thinking, and I'm just floating this, I'm just spitballing, and Pre-Drag will probably tell me off for saying this out loud. It's suffice to say, it's a massive project, and we definitely bit off more than we probably could chew. Right? We all have full-time jobs. XboxEra is not, we're not getting, no one's getting paid to do this. It's hard work for us, right? And
don't be fooled by this stuff.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the production value. Like we are doing the best we can on a shoestring, right? And I think the suggestion is to make sure that we 100% nail what we want to nail for the book. Is we'll release the digital version. Obviously, we can release a digital version as many times as we like until everybody's 100% happy with it. We've done a bunch of proofreading. Pre-Drag's still finalizing some final art projects and bits like that to make it look as good as we feel it can look. But we would obviously, once we get it into your hands, you might see, we get tunnel vision reading this over and over and over and over and over to make sure there's no mistakes. We get it out into everybody else's hands and they go, you've got a spelling error here or you're missing an apostrophe here, because we want to know that stuff sooner, because we only get to send it to print once. You can't patch a book. So yeah, we'll hopefully speak more about that. I will get an update out to everybody on the Kickstarter.
You want to do a pre-order beta? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it's just working with the community to make sure that we nail what they want us to nail.
Send me
the way I would word it.
So although I probably can't speak for the whole community, as a proud backer of the hard-covered coffee a book of it, I say take as much time as you need. That thing is amazing. I cannot wait to have it.
Have you seen like I've got the prototype like right over here on the shelf.
I've seen you kind of looking at. I have the one that has the cool embroidery of the console on the cover.
Yes, mate,
I cannot wait, sir. Even if it takes a year, do your thing.
We'll get it done. But we're also conscious of Christmas, and then we suddenly send it out for print, and the Christmas period hits, and then it's delayed or things get lost in post. So we want to get the digital version out, and everybody who backs the project gets the digital version regardless, right? Unless you literally just said, I just want to give some $1, everybody's going to get a copy of the digital version. So it's a way of us getting that comfort blanket in of not making a typo and sending it to print, because that would kill us, but also giving people something just before Christmas so that they know the project is nearly done. And it would be nice to...
I'm a good proofreader, which is ironic. I'm
really?
a good proofreader.
Is it because you don't read so often, you read real slow?
Yeah,
and I real surprised after going over all your reviews. I don't believe you.
What? That's my own stuff. I'm talking about being a proofreader for others. Like, I'm not talking about my own stuff.
Well,
I'm talking about being
Nick,
a proofreader.
The whole team's
for
going to need to help step in and see this one home. So apart from Jesse, obviously, because he does more than everybody in the world.
No, I'm just lazy.
That is not true, my friend. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully that's a good answer. But yes, more to get into as the weeks go by.
Even show me the design. I'll even have a look. I was a graphic designer. Get my wife to have a look at it too. She's a graphic designer.
The Discord channel's there with links.
Yeah,
to
you're
the
like
current version.
10 months late on all of this stuff, man. It's been going on.
Yeah, it's ready for you.
I got my submission in.
You did? Yes, you did, and it's appreciated. Oh.
Did we replace Seamus with Ed Freeze?
Yes, we did.
Oddly enough, couldn't get a hold of him.
Seamus is like,
I love Seamus, and I wish he because
I love him, but he's also the worst.
He's also an impossible man to get him to
He's also the worst.
agree to pin down to a time.
Okay, next question.
Next question.
We're still not going through the question, and it's not me doing it this time. We've still got questions.
We've still got them.
Okay, DeoGame. Hi all. Fun, humble, braggy question this week. I ended up with in the top 100 in FanFest trivia, and now I have 175,000 Microsoft rewards points. Holy crap!
Well, that's
What should I spend them on? I don't know what value stuff is.
A console.
Like, how much is a console? How many points is a console?
That's $160 in points he has.
That's
Or
not bad.
$175 in points.
That's
Oh,
almost
$100
a Series S.
Yeah, that's right. It
Not
actually
bad.
almost is a Series S.
I would have said you could
Yeah.
get those BO Play portable headsets because they were
Yeah,
down to
the BO
$150,
Play,
but they're sold out.
The Bang & Olufsen headphones. They're real good,
I
apparently.
don't know. Try and get
I-
get some Amazon codes and buy dildo. I don't know. Whatever you feel like.
What?
I wasn't going to get the Bang & Olufsens because they're $800 in Australia. So I was like, nope,
Wow.
that's a bit much even
They
for
have
me.
a terrible mic too. It sounds like dog shit because it's like this
Really?
weird beam thing. It doesn't have a boom arm. It's this beam that picks up your mouth from the sides that just sounds real bad. Audio quality is great though.
interesting. Okay. Lucky I didn't get them.
Also, you can't do Bluetooth and Xbox at the same time.
Yes, I know. That was the most disappointing thing.
Yeah, which is what makes the Xbox One the most clutch device you end up using, even if you have better headsets out
Yes.
there. That combination of Bluetooth and Xbox at the same time is killer feature.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Lucid 50Xs also have that, but they're like 300. So you're jumping up a big.
All right.
600.
Jesse, this 99 Rukin one, I'm going to skip it and add it to the last week group
Okay.
because he says
'cause-
here this question is from last week. Just
Yeah, he's
adding
got
more to
two
it.
from last week. as
Yeah, I
well.
know. So I'll go to top, which is the last of the this week questions. Top. Hello, gents. What is the worst argument you've heard from both Microsoft and Sony on the ABK stuff?
Oh my god.
P.S. It's coming home. Well, we kind of went over that, didn't we? Like, Sony's worst argument by far is, please stop Microsoft from bullying us the way we've been bullying them. Like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah, that is a very silly one.
That is the worst from Sony. Microsoft's worst.
We're terrible at making games. We're
We're the
garbage.
worst.
Yeah, but that's not a terrible argument because it's half true.
It's not. They make a ton of money. They are not bad.
I
at
know,
making games.
but, like,
they make a lot of money.
It's not a bad argument that they said our games aren't that great. The Metacritic shows it, and that's been the narrative for the better
won
past
last year.
5 years.
No, for 2 of the last 3 years they've had a great Metacritic. This is the only year, and even this year they've got a good Metacritic. They just don't have a lot of Metacritic.
I think
Shut up.
their worst argument, and it's not even worst, it's just a bit disingenuous, is that, like, Call of Duty, like, the way they're
Call of Duty
downplaying Call of
isn't very
Duty's
good.
relevance. Yes,
Yeah.
like the way they're trying to downplay. But the problem is we understand
No,
why
you
they're
remember-
doing that.
You know which one it is, actually. Remember the I wish I had it so I could show it. They had that image where they were like, well, these games are co-op or are multi-platform, and they should be in Minecraft and ESO and Fallout. Then in the middle they had these are new IP, and so they don't need to be anywhere. That graphic makes logical sense, but the way it's presented, it was extremely
I
pushing.
don't even remember that one. I don't even remember.
Man, I gotta find it now. Shit.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
me,
so
it's-
they had 3 points. One is like Minecraft and Fallout and Elder Scrolls. These are established IP and they stay multi-platform. And then they've got Redfall and Starfield. These are new IP. They don't need to stay multi-platform. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the reason. They're already there. You weren't going to take them off. You can't take Minecraft off. It's part of owning Mojang.
Yeah.
Not a choice you made.
They're
they
pretty cheap.
They own Mojang. Playing it fast and loose. with the
Microsoft
word own.
owns Mojang. Xbox does not own Mojang.
Yeah,
Microsoft
definitely not Xbox. Definitely not.
Okay, next one.
It's 100% a Microsoft purchase. Okay, now we're up to the last week questions. Hytham G. John, I know you don't celebrate. I know you don't celebrate Thanksgiving because you're English British living in the UK.
It's true. That's a true story.
You are an English British.
I am an English
Living
British.
in the UK. I'm a Greek Australian living in Australia. Though for me, as a Welsh British boy, I do. Wait. Though for me, as a Welsh British boy, I do since I live in the US.
Oh,
But for you, Jesse, you do since you're an American living in the US. And same with Asante. And had Thanksgiving already, like the delicious turkey, cranberry sauce, and if there is, in a Russ Geller accent, leftover moist maker sandwich.
Oh.
But Nick, good question. Do Australians celebrate Thanksgiving? Unless if you're the territory of Norfolk Island. And have you ever been there?
Yes. Okay, next question.
Okay, I have never been to Norfolk Island. We do not celebrate Thanksgiving here. I'm already annoyed enough that we celebrate Halloween.
Oh, tell me about it, bro.
Oh my God. It's like the most American thing ever, and we celebrate it here now.
Shocking.
And most Americans don't even know what it's about, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh God, it's become this thing now, Halloween here. It's like,
Did you want to get the PS?
what?
Oh yeah,
The
what's
PS on the question? I was there when I took a screenshot. Did he get rid of it? There was a
I don't
PS on that question. It
Was
said,
it?
I watched Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Awesome movie. Not spoiling it for the ones that didn't see it yet, but dedicated to Chad Boswick. Arm shape of an X on your torso. Wakanda Forever!
There you go. Thanks,
Yeah.
Hytham.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But no, we don't. Australians don't do Thanksgiving. No, they do not. They do not. Because again, it's an American, like, that's a very specifically American thing, like a cultural thing, as in, I don't even know how to explain myself properly, but like Thanksgiving has very specifically American cultural significance, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's not like, the Australians can do Thanksgiving and the Greeks can do Thanksgiving. No, that's not how that.
It's where
Halloween's
we pretended that we were all cool and we were doing great, and then we were just friends with the natives, and we ignored the fact that they were all dying because they didn't know how to make it. They didn't know how to grow food. They weren't farmers, so the natives came in and saved them, which was the actual story.
And for the record, those who are folks that have migrated to the States, like myself, we do celebrate a version of Thanksgiving, but it's not the original intent because we kind of stand with the natives.
Yeah. Fair.
Australia's having a similar thing with Australia Day. Like they're talking about moving it and all this sort of stuff, because there's a lot of stuff in the past that
We're like
Australia.
less Columbus Day, more Indigenous Peoples Day now.
Yeah,
There you go.
Because
There
that's
you
what
go.
Australia Day effectively is. It's like Columbus Day, technically. It's weird. And I'm not eloquent enough to explain it properly.
Oh shit.
What?
Nothing. Go
What was
on.
that?
Next question.
Oh,
Next
God.
question.
We're sorry, Kay. We're sorry.
No,
Okay.
this is great, man.
Hey all. Hopefully, if I comment, my lonely audio feed will be updated for my commute. I kid. But seriously.
Yeah, seriously. Sorry. That was my
Hold on.
fault.
Who's asked this question?
He's a new patron, I
A
think.
Speedo model.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, a Speedo model. Sorry. A Speedo model. Thoughts on the news from Embracer earnings where they said they may divest and spin off assets in the future? I'm no tinfoil hat man, but I'm really starting to see some weight to the thoughts that they may sell off Crystal Dynamics and Eidos to Microsoft after ABK closes. Really feels like they bought because price was too good and haven't done much with them yet, but loaned them out. Where's the rest of it?
And it just says, cheers, lads.
Yeah, cheers, lads. Sorry. I like that conspiracy theory, and I actually think I said the same thing myself after Embracer bought them. I was like, can you imagine if it was like some weird thing where they were sort of holding them for Microsoft to buy later?
Do us a
Should
solid,
be
bro.
very
We're
illegal.
in the middle of closing this Activision thing. We can't do shit. Can you?
Yeah.
Take this care of this for us.
Yeah, our hands are a bit tied with ABK at the moment. Just grab Crystal and Eidos for us, and we'll take them off your hands, and we'll give you a bonus on top. We'll pay a bit extra. We'll give you some more. You make some money out of the deal. Don't worry.
It is the first time we've seen Embracers like, oh shit, we need to actually make money at some point instead of like cutting costs and closing things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be totally on board with Crystal and Eidos and ending up under Microsoft. I would prefer Crystal and Eidos to ABK.
Yeah, no, you've been very, very
far more. And Tomb Raider and
Sega and Capcom.
Mate.
What's your take, Kay? Do you think that is a legitimate strategy that Embracer might employ? That we'll just sell them back to Microsoft for more money.
I can't, in all honesty, even make that leap, because the minute I do, Everborn Saga will just pop out of the back and go, "See, I told you." He's been saying this.
Oh, okay. He's on the conspiracy train.
Oh, he wears the conspiracy. He wears that tinfoil hat, and he just like runs rampant. And I was on the train a long time ago about, Embracer has a very good relationship with Microsoft. You see a lot of their games inside Game Pass, and right now it looks like they are gobbling up a lot of studios in a world where, because how long did it take, even at a smaller scale, when they bought, they bought Bethesda, it took them a year to finalize and another year to solidify. So imagine at a larger scale, it takes them up till 2024 to finalize. And 2023 to finalize, and maybe 2024, middle of 2025 to really solidify Activision Blizzard as part of Microsoft. Yeah. What does the world look like then? How does the consolidation world look like at that moment? And then at that point, why don't you just say, well, I'll just take a couple of these things off your head, or maybe the entire Embracer group itself. Sounds crazy now, but
I joked about that too.
Who knows about that in 2027 or 6 or whatever? We shall see. And it's still, how much more will they be at that point? Still chump change comparison.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft buys parts off them.
No.
It is funny though. Bethesda was actually pretty quick. It was only about 6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
I think it was like 6 months.
They were straight up. Yeah, absolutely.
ABK is just a complete gigantic.
It's a behemoth.
Yeah, but no one opposed Bethesda. They all just ticked it off.
And Bethesda was also private too, which makes it a lot easier.
Which makes it a whole different kind of situation.
Whole kettle of ballparks.
Yep.
Yes.
So I don't put it past them at this point. Nothing is put past anybody at this point.
Yep. Okay, nearly done. Hugh. Howdy, panel. Hope you're all fine and dandy. Just a quick question this week. What is your favorite game based purely on its art style? I'm thinking of unique games like Cuphead, Cult of the Lamb, Limbo, Okami, Borderlands, or Dark Souls, etc. Personally, I think Psychonauts is a standout for me. The world is just so strange and unique.
It's a really good question.
Purely on art style.
Purely art style love.
Ooh. That's an interesting question. Ori,
I think I have two.
Unique.
Oh. Yeah. I was going to say Ori, and a quick aside, Jet Set Radio. Jet Set Radio Future specifically.
Yeah. Jet Set Radio.
Love that world. The cell shaded, cool. I can play that game all day. Yeah. And Ori. Ori is just a painting. No matter what frame you pause it, it's just. Yes.
And even though it's my most hated Zelda game, Wind Waker looks amazing. I think it's the worst Zelda game ever as far as the major console 3D Zeldas go. I don't like it. But visually, stunning. Skyward Sword. Love how Skyward Sword looks.
I'm sorry. Guys, I apologize. I have to pull a weird one here. I see somebody in the chat. Oh, everybody's idol Goro. He also follows us on our show. Imagine Nick and Everborn on the same podcast. The video game InfoWars. That is amazing. That's so good. That would be hilarious. Oh my god, that's great.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
As long as Nick doesn't get us sued over something and we lose like $3 billion in court, then
it would basically be a Sega podcast, wouldn't it?
Basically, absolutely. I'm fine with that. That's good. I will contact you to DM, sir. This needs to happen. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Continue, please.
I could talk about old Sega stuff all day.
I would just go, okay, after you guys are done, you hit the stop button. Yeah, it's good. Okay, bye. See you guys later. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I'm with you guys with Ori for art style, like 100%. I would chuck Sea of Thieves in. I think that game's going to look beautiful forever. I would like
Limbo.
I'd love to say, what is it?
Mark of the Ninja.
No. It's off the top of my brain.
It's like a cartoon. It's always going to look amazing. It's a cartoon.
It's fine.
Oh no, but Cuphead was already an example. Speaking of Cuphead,
Yeah,
small
Cuphead's
tangent.
gorgeous.
Have you guys watched the Cuphead show on Netflix?
Not yet.
I
Been
have.
watching it with my kids.
It is brilliant.
Man,
Brilliant.
Some of it is really dark, which I love because it's
Yeah,
proper old
really.
school. Like, there's a bit where they show what will happen.
Harkens back to Ren and Stimpy days almost.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
brilliant.
Really?
But it also
Interesting.
ends on cliffhangers, and it has a continual plot. It has one and done adventure of the week episodes, but it has a subplot underneath everything.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Yeah,
Very
they really
interesting.
they took that art style and they took the reference to that old school like Mickey Mouse-esque, and they really took it there. It's very good.
Yeah.
And
I
dark
love how
really
they've
also.
mixed in so much claymation work.
Yeah,
on
just
top of everything.
randomly. Yeah.
Really?
It's great. Yes, it's
It's
in
very,
the
very
DLC
good.
too. A lot. A couple of the DLC areas are full on claymation that you're animating in front of.
I wonder if that's a hint to their next project. Studio.
Hopefully that doesn't come out in like 20 years because they work really hard for a long time on Cuphead.
They really hate Game Pass.
They hate Game Pass.
Yeah, one of the devs on there is in etc. and talks about how awful Game Pass is. That's why they never.
Really?
Wow.
But I would like to throw in one with my recency bias, and that would be because I love the old art style of the old tomes, which would be Pentiment. There are certain parts of that game that are stunning visually, where you go essentially inside a book, and it's like you're in the book as they're talking about it, and the drawings in that are incredibly gorgeous.
Wow. That sounds cool.
I mean, already Benedict Fox looks like it's going to be stunning. Already.
You like purple.
Yeah.
You like
Hey, Jesse,
purple.
turn your camera on so I can see you because I want to give a clue as to who I think you're talking about that poster.
Oh yeah, my camera's on.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nick.
Okay.
Yes.
Really? Interesting. Okay. Didn't expect that. Okay. Now, how to pass 99 Rukin's questions off. All right.
Wasn't there one from top?
I did the top one.
Oh, we did. But he also had a second one from last week too.
Yeah, we asked that last week. That was the
we
only
asked that
question
one.
that was
That was the
related
only
to-
question we actually did ask last week.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yes.
Okay, so the 99 Rukin, I'll ask it, because he's saying here, this question is from last week, just adding more to it. So I'll just ask that one. Okay. My question is, how would you feel about a Kingdom Hearts style Xbox game after Activision deal is finished? What type of planets/worlds would we see? Who would be the main characters? Maybe the kids from Grounded, or the crossover could be rated T/M. For a more mature story. If that's the case, then maybe Master Chief Doomslayer and Ghost from COD. Why did our heroes come together? Who or what brought them there? And last one, what's the story about? Also, when you guys get to last week's question, just skip the Kingdom Hearts part and answer the bottom part of that question, please. Thank you.
Well, Kingdom Hearts is a new character. So I think that if you're doing a game like that, it's based around someone new meeting all of your established IP.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not as annoying as Sora.
Yeah,
But
no,
no,
I feel
I-
like it would be weird
Yeah.
in the Microsoft vein because like Kingdom Hearts is like Square/Disney. If you were to do a Microsoft equivalent of that, it's like this whole weird mix of stuff that I feel.
Well, but if you think about what he was saying though, like, and people have said that before. Usually, Microsoft obviously tends to lean more on the mature hardcore gamer side, as their perception has been. So, although you may not go with the whimsy that is Square/Disney, there is a needle to be thread between many first-person shooter characters.
Well,
BK
that's the thing.
Blazkowicz and them all meeting
You have
in
to
some
pick that track.
Yeah, there is
It'd be like the
some needle
Expendables
to
in
be
video
thread
game
there.
form.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to pick that track.
with the leader of Crackdown as a part.
Yes,
you know
you
what I'm
can't.
saying? They're all there.
You can't go. Okay, Chief Doomslayer, Blazkowicz, blah blah blah. Oh, and Banjo.
Yeah, no.
Banjo can't be a part of that. But if you're gonna lean on the
Hey,
the
why
fun
not?
side,
You've seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Banjo can definitely be a part.
Yeah, same for
Conker. Then you throw Conker in there.
The animated Spider-Man film, you had Spider Pig.
True. Yes.
And it just worked, right?
It just did. Absolutely. Yes. He spit and it turns 3D and smacks people in the face. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Right. I think Microsoft would have to pick a lane and go with it. If Jesse's talking,
they have so much IP, it could work.
Yeah, you could do it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking.
I was talking to family, but no.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I normally keep the mic off so you don't hear me talking to everyone else around here. But they do have a lot of family IP. So like if they were doing,
they do. That's right. So they could go one or the other, but they have to pick a lane. So if they go family, then yes, Banjo, Spyro, Crash, Conker, Blinks, Jet Force Gemini.
You mean don't do it like PlayStation All Stars, where you just mix all these weird things? That doesn't work at all.
No. Do it like Kingdom Hearts, but with all those family-friendly characters, or do the more mature Kingdom Hearts and have all the shooter IP, mature IP things together. And maybe there was some weird, like a multiverse type thing situation or whatever. Mortal Kombat
need to have
it's with all them.
They need what the heck's her name? Olga, BJ's wife in Wolfenstein 2 when she's pregnant, topless, and shooting submachine guns, killing a ton of Nazis. That needs to be it, no matter what.
Did you say topless?
Oh yeah, her boobs are out.
Yeah, I only heard that part.
I remember that part. Yeah,
that part was ridiculous and incredible. I
didn't hear that.
Anya,
I just heard topless.
Anya, thank you. Yeah, Anya, she was a great character. She carried that game really.
Okay, 99 Rukin's other question. I thought of another question. What's happening between China and Microsoft? First, Blizzard doesn't renew its license with NetEase. Then Microsoft letter got rejected. Then their tensions with the US over Taiwan and China banning most video games. Does this indicate Microsoft might pull out of China? Or something else is happening over there? I'll admit I have not been over this enough to answer properly. I don't know what's going on with Microsoft and China. They just got in there. It'd be weird for them to just go out now.
Yeah, it seems like there are some different things going on there as far as like how they're handling their gaming arm and even their own like NetEase and Tencent, who presumably they would keep an arm around, if you will. It looks like they're shunning all of them. So it's no one really knows, but it just seems very, very weird and interesting. And I could not tell you what the heck is going on.
I don't know enough about what's going on there.
Yeah, no idea.
I hate to break this down to you, but there were actually like 2 other questions in 99 Rukin's other.
I know 99 Rukin has this other thing about Quantum Break 2 and stuff.
And the second and the last part.
Yeah,
this is not one question, man.
There's a lot of questions.
That's the many questions.
He's just saying, like, I have 2 short questions for you. Actually, a reasonable question today. This is from last week. First one is short. How would you feel if Kojima made Quantum Break 2?
I'd hate it.
God, no, thank you. The simple answer is no,
nothing would make
you.
me angrier.
Yeah, no, please no. Quantum Break had enough movies. They
wanted more. That's why they're mad at Xbox,
because
they wanted even more.
Yeah, no. And second one is, how would you feel about the Kingdom Hearts we did. Now for the third, with Meta and Amazon firing people in their tech department over 22,000 together, how does that compare to Microsoft laying off 1,000? Will there be more layoffs, or was Microsoft more prepared for this situation? Also, does this have to do with Amazon cloud technology failing like Stadia? They've been losing a lot of, from what I've seen, the Xbox has been, or Microsoft Azure has been taken off, and they've
been gaining what Azure is losing. Yeah.
Okay.
Although, let's be clear, that's still a drop in the bucket because Azure is still like a pea in comparison. You know, the company I work with, we're all going to AWS still. It's still very much an AWS game. Yeah.
I don't think it's a P. Like Microsoft is quite clearly second.
It is
in comparison with the market pie that is AWS.
I don't think it was that bad.
Boy.
Yeah, man. Bad. AWS are huge.
Oh, I'm aware they're huge. I just didn't think the gap was that ginormous. Like I was under the impression that Microsoft was still a very clear second.
They are a clear second, but that's because there's not many other like real players in that market at scale like that. Yeah, but the difference between them and AWS and AWS is stark. You know, although Microsoft is eating market share here and there as much as they can, it's just for right now the established like incumbent is definitely like AWS.
Okay. Well, I think Microsoft wouldn't have to lay off as many staff because they're more reasonably successful in all the pies they're in.
Mm-hmm.
So they're successful enough in Xbox. They're successful enough in Surface, in Windows, in Office, in Azure, in LinkedIn. They're just successful enough where they don't need to lay off as many people. Where Amazon might be hugely successful in AWS, but then in their gaming Luna space, they're horrible. So they had to lay off a bunch of staff.
And Facebook is all because of Zuckerberg and his lust for VR and the metaverse, and that doesn't make any sense.
It's really weird. Like, I love VR, but it's like, nah, man, that is not the thing to.
And they made a headset with the Quest Pro that's just fucking stupid. I don't know who it's for.
It's for me, technically, like the person who would buy a Valve Index. I have my Valve Index right there. I own every VR headset. I was this close to getting the Quest 2. But yeah, some of the technical...
You didn't get the Quest 2?
Pro. I have the 2. I have the 1 and 2.
I was about to say, even I got a Quest 2, and I don't care about VR at all.
Yeah, no, I love VR. VR to me is the future. Like I told you,
the Quest 2 is
read it.
Best.
Yes, and the Quest 2... Dumb. You know, the dollar for dollar, dollar for value. It's the thing I tell everyone. Which one should you get? Get that one because it's great on
just
PC.
Being wireless. Yeah. Oh my god. I cannot go to a wire again.
I like web browsing on the Quest 2.
Yeah. No, it's great. It is great. I will say browsing.
that. Wait. K.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Web
browsing.
Okay,
I apologize. I'm not going there with you, sir.
Okay,
I'm not going there with you, sir. But I too.
Nick's going there later tonight.
That's why this comes in handy.
I set up a workspace and I'm able to do a bunch of things in there. But yes, I hear it's for many purposes. I shall
use the guard. Use the guard.
All I say is use the guard.
Always use the guard. Always.
Browse your way over to manscaped.com. Use promo code XboxEra. Save 20%.
Yeah. And make sure that you use the guard on your lawnmower 4.0. I was an example of what not to do. I'm the bad example, and then John's the good example. Good cop, bad cop.
They also gave us a nose and ear trimmer, which is very good.
Yes, I got that. I wish that was USB-C. I was spewing that wasn't USB-C.
That thing's like 40 hours. You don't have to charge it very often.
Yeah, like how often do you have to trim those bad boys, man? Like,
I'm Greek.
Okay, fair enough.
That's
the unibrow alone is like 3 hours.
I'm an old Greek person, so I've probably got more than you think. Okay. I think that was it.
Got a super chat from Mandingo.
Oh, yes. Super chat from Mandingo. Yes. Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan should box every year for COD marketing rights. And how will Xbox retaliate for Jim Ryan trying to block ABK deal? This is what I'm saying. They may want it to go to court so that they get it through without concessions and then yank. See you later. That's what I'd do if it was an option. I'd be a prick.
You yank browsing. We know.
Yep. I'd be a prick. I'd take it all away.
We get it.
I'd take it all away.
Y'all are really trying to make a black man blush. Mission accomplished. Good job.
Normally, I'm just trying to keep John awake because it's so late over.
Yeah, man, it's 3 a.m.
Isn't it like 3 a.m. for you right now?
Yeah. I'm still awake. I'm still going.
So because Mac, all the phones and the iPads and everything all work together seamlessly, the way Microsoft was trying to all those years ago and couldn't with Windows Phone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So before my wife started ringing me and the phone call was coming through on the computer, so I had to quickly reply and be like, "We're still going." And she's like, "Holy shit." She's like, "Couldn't believe we're still going." Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, I said I was here for it. Let's go.
We're done. That's
We're done. It's there. Now we get to close out. But hey, it has been a hell of a ride. Kay, I got to admit, man.
Yes, thanks for making the time.
I've loved having you here, man. It's been really good fun.
Yeah. This has been a dream come true for me, man. As you know, you guys are part of my rotation every weekend. I have to watch. I have to be, in the chat, talking up with a lot of the great community members that also end up coming to my show and listening in. You guys have done such great work in this space, and even the day one app I use quite frequently.
And I just had to update that for John on his own review because he's lazy.
All right, Jesse.
Somerville's got its correct info now.
So yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big follower. I think you guys do awesome work. I saw like Phil Spencer come on your show, and I was so proud, so happy to see you guys have that. So yeah, man, I'm just happy to be here, just to be able to tell you guys directly how great you guys do it, and to keep up the good work. And we will always be fans, just in the chat and watching and egging y'all on to keep going. And Nick never changed. Perfect, absolutely.
I won't.
Change a little.
For better or worse, I will not.
But look, Kate, seriously, we'd love to have you back again, man, and I hope you will make some more time. It's been a really good laugh. You've gelled well with the crew, which is always a benefit for us. So really appreciate it. To the chat and the folks that hung out for the full stint of this crazy journey. Kudos to you. Gonna be the worst. Yeah, Nick will do the timestamps, and I'll get the podcast up on audio as soon as that's done. Until then, take care. Play some games.
Don't forget. Buy some. If you're hungry, make sure you buy yourself some Control. Get yourself a shaker. Use the code XboxEra. Make sure to use the guide when you order your The guard. When you order your lawnmower 4.0, use the code XboxEra, 20% off, free shipping. Mate, lovely. Can't go wrong. So
we're just handing out the deals.
Get a feed, and you're also well groomed. You can't go wrong
with no cuts.
But don't do what I did. Guard. Yeah,
you didn't do anything. Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh God! Remind me to get Nick to read the don't part of the marketing.
I've got a funny story for next week's one.
Okay. Everybody, peace out. It's been great. We'll see you next week.
Ciao for now.